Chapter 1942. Although Zi Chen had destroyed a large alien troop, there were still many alien tribes in the seventh mainland. Besides them, some heaven-defying warriors were coming. The news that 6 heaven-defying warriors and the alien army were killed soon spread to the other alien tribes, which caused an uproar. Zi Chen had used his power to kill 6 heaven-defying warriors, which proved his power one more time. The ordinary alien tribes didn't dare to provoke Zi Chen. Only the heaven-defying warriors could resist his sharpness. Almost all the cultivators in the GZ territory had an alien weapon. However, before they could wake up from the great joy, they saw the alien tribes again. This time there were only 2 outsiders, but the oppressive aura that was released from their bodies made it difficult for all the cultivators in the city to breathe. After the battle that day, the GZ territory had become a forbidden area for the alien tribes. No alien tribes dared to step into this place. And today, the 2 who had appeared were the heaven-defying warriors. Moreover, they were the experts among the heaven-defying warriors. The 2 heaven-defying warriors used the remnant energy of the heaven-defying battle to reconstruct the scene of the battle that day. A bald man couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being the heaven-defying warriors of the Life Star. They're really strong. Next to the bald man stood a tall and thin young man. His expression was slightly indifferent. When he heard this, he snorted and said, "Everyone knows that the Defiant is very strong, but those idiots don't know. But it's understandable. After all, they come from a small place and haven't seen much of the world." This man's face was arrogant. He wasn't moved by the fact that Zi Chen had defeated 6 people by himself. The bald man shook his head and beamed a forced smile. "We all know that you, Carl, come from a big place, but you don't have to remind us every time." The young man called Carl glanced at the bald man and said with a stern face, "It's not a reminder. It's the truth. Those guys don't know much about the world. They acted on their own accord. They deserve to die." The bald man glanced at the group of Heaven Realm warriors in the GZ territory, who were nervous. He said faintly, "Anyway, we're allies." "They're dead. You should keep your mouth shut." "What ally?" "He's an enemy on the star path." The bald man spread his hands and smiled. "All right, I've lost to you. Now, tell us how we should deal with Zi Chen." Carl looked at the bald man and said, "Us." "Of course. Who else could it be other than us? Is your brain all right?" The bald man scratched his head and asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Obviously, Zi Chen was able to defeat the 6 heaven-defying geniuses. His combat strength is naturally very strong. Although I said that the 6 deserve to die, I didn't say that we can deal with Zi Chen. But then again, if those 6 fellows didn't act on their own and waited for us to attack together, we might have a chance. Now it's completely hopeless. Then what should we do? The bald man looked very puzzled. The heaven-defying warriors of the Life Star have an illegal fighting competence. Ordinary heaven-defying warriors can't deal with him. Now that he's grown, the possibility of us killing him isn't big. If we're not sure that we can kill him, we should just hand him to the others. To whom? To the people from the big places. It was the first time the bald man had heard about the big places from Carl. He asked, "In your eyes, there are big places?" "Of course. The Life Star is very big. It's much bigger than my world. Besides, the heaven-defying warriors who have gone to the other continents are all from big places. As for this Zi Chen, even if he grows up, he won't be able to be the overlord among the heaven-defying warriors." Looking at the bald man's curious face, Carl just smiled and didn't explain further. He said, "What we need to do now is to gather the other heaven-defying warriors of this continent. Then we'll decide whether we should take action or not." The bald man nodded and said, "It's not hard. After hearing that the 6 heaven-defying warriors were killed, the others will reconsider their deeds. They won't be as arrogant as before. I believe they will come here soon. But what about Zi Chen? I'm sure he has disappeared. Do we have to use the old method to force him out?" Carl said faintly, "Zi Chen isn't a fool. It's enough to use this Stupid method once. If we use it again, the entire alien army won't be able to kill Zichen. Then how can we make him show up? I have my ways. The corner of Carl's mouth curled into a mysterious smile. Zichen was currently in the 7th mainland. It was unknown whether or not it was the reason why the alien tribes that were attacking the cities of the 7th mainland suddenly stopped. The alien tribes also gave up the cities that they wanted to attack. During this period, they didn't attack or kill any innocent human beings when they saw them. After the arrival of the 2 heaven-defying warriors, new alien tribes arrived outside the realm of Auspicious Marsh. They were all alien heavenly realm experts. Seeing the alien heavenly realm experts again, the cultivators in the city were very nervous. The heavenly realm experts stood on the city walls and stared at the alien heavenly realm experts. After the alien heavenly realm experts arrived, they went straight to the realm of Auspicious Marsh. When they arrived at the gate, the guards didn't dare to stop them and allowed them to enter. No one dared to stop them when they entered the city. Several heavenly realm experts in the city were watching their every move. After entering the city, these alien heavenly realm experts didn't cause trouble. Instead, they took out paper that they had copied and began to post it everywhere. After the alien heavenly realm experts left, some curious people came forward to take a look. There was a portrait on the paper. Everyone was very familiar with the portrait. It was Zichen. On the other side of the portrait was a paragraph written in the Jean Wu continent's handwriting. We are only here for Zichen. Our target is Zichen. Anyone who finds Zichen and provides accurate clues will be rewarded with a heaven-grade weapon and a heavenly Dao technique. This was a bounty. Carl was prepared to mobilize the people of the Jean Wu continent to find Zichen. The reward could be said to be very generous. There was also a notice. The content of the notice was to stop the war. The general meaning was that there would be no war between the 2 sides. The alien tribes only wanted Zichen. Once they found Zichen and killed Zichen, the alien army would withdraw from this world. Regardless of whether the alien tribes would withdraw or not, the rewards of the heaven-grade weapon and heavenly Dao technique were deeply attractive to the 7th mainland's heavenly realm experts. With the arrival of the Great Era, more and more heavenly realm experts broke through. The already rare heaven-grade weapons and heavenly Dao techniques were even rarer. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for them to obtain either of these things. But now the opportunity had come. In the process of growing up, there were very few rogue cultivators in the heavenly realm. They must have some kind of family behind them. They might not dare to search for Zichen personally, but they could send people from their family, or they could hire some weak existences to go there. After the notice was posted, the alien heavenly realm experts did not leave. Instead, they stayed in the Auspicious Lake region. At the same time, they provided some small devices for free. These devices only had one function, which was to sense the aura of a heaven-defying cultivator. If a heaven-defying cultivator wanted to deliberately hide, few people would be able to find him. This device that specifically targeted the aura of a heaven-defying cultivator could help them. Under the instructions of some heavenly realm experts, many cultivators in the Auspicious Lake region set out to search for Zichen. In addition to the Auspicious Lake region, many cultivators in the other cities of the 7th mainland went out with similar devices to search for heaven-defying cultivator Zichen. This was Carl's method. He did not force Zichen. Instead, he let the people of the Jianwu continent search for him personally. This way, even if Zichen was still in the 7th mainland, they would definitely be able to find him. Unless Zichen deliberately hid his aura and did not release the slightest bit, as long as Zichen cultivated or moved, the device would be able to sense the heaven-defying cultivator's aura. On the same day, 5 people in the 7th mainland sensed the aura of a heaven-defying cultivator and immediately went back to report excitedly. Of course, they first reported to their own heavenly realm experts, who then went to look for the alien heavenly realm experts. Of the 5 locations, 2 discovered a heaven-defying cultivator, but unfortunately it was not Zichen. The other 3 locations had other heaven-defying cultivators passing by. For several days, no one found anything. Zichen seemed to have disappeared into thin air. However, Carl was not in a hurry. During these few days, the heaven-defying cultivators of the 7th mainland were converging. About half a month later, a cultivator sensed the aura of a heaven-defying cultivator in a mountain forest. This cultivator came from the Lucky Lake region. He was very excited. After confirming that the device had sensed the heaven-defying cultivator's aura, he turned around and headed back to the Lucky Lake region. When he returned to the city and reported to his master, the Heavenly Realm expert was also very excited. One had to know that Zichen had left the Lucky Lake region. The place where he was most likely to appear was this region. Therefore, the number of alien Heavenly Realm experts staying here was the highest. This was no small matter. The alien Heavenly Realm expert immediately went to inform Carl. Carl, the bald man, and the 5 heaven-defying cultivators headed toward the region. As they moved forward, their expressions became very serious. The bald man said, "That place is very likely where Zichen is hiding. Once we discover him, a battle will definitely break out." Because of the battle record of killing 6 heaven-defying cultivators by himself, the remaining heaven-defying cultivators did not dare to underestimate Zichen. At this moment, the group of 7 heaven-defying cultivators was still not confident. Looking at the silent Carl, the bald man said, "If that person is really Zichen, have you thought about fighting him?" Carl frowned and did not say a word. The Heavenly Realm expert beside him was a little anxious. If these heaven-defying cultivators did not go, his reward would be gone. Chapter 1943. The Heaven Realm expert from the auspicious lake region was only thinking about the heavenly Tao spell technique and the heavenly soldiers. At that moment, he looked at the heaven-defying cultivators with anticipation, and he felt a little excited. Looking at the expressions of the heaven-defying cultivators, he firmly believed that Zichen was here. As such, he was certain that he would receive the reward. At the same time, he could see that the heaven-defying cultivators were hesitant, so when he spoke, he wanted them to back off. Of course, the reward would not be lacking. He had put in so much effort, even at the expense of offending Zichen. Wasn't it all for the reward? Carl, who was already hesitating, changed his expression when he heard this. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Heaven Realm's heart skipped a beat as he cursed inwardly. This heaven-defying person is going back on his words. A heaven-defying energy suddenly wrapped around his body from behind. His expression changed greatly, and he opened his mouth to shout. Unfortunately, he could not make a sound. Following that, a destructive power surged out from the heaven-defying energy. His consciousness dissipated in the midst of this energy. Truly an idiot who knows how to pick the right time. The bald man coldly smiled and withdrew the energy in his hand. Let's go back. Such a small interlude made Oz make up his mind. Now that he knew where Zichen was, he chose to turn back. Clearly, he was still very afraid of Zichen, even though he had never seen Zichen before. The other heaven-defying experts nodded after pondering for a while. They only had one chance to deal with Zichen, so naturally they couldn't waste it. They just had to remember Zichen's location and not alert him. They would wait for more heaven-defying experts to arrive before taking action. The search came to an end for the time being, and the heaven-defying cultivators began to return. As for that Heaven Realm expert not returning for a long time, it did not arouse any suspicion. In their opinion, that Heaven Realm expert had already taken the treasure and left. Zichen didn't know that his whereabouts had been exposed. At this moment, he was still condensing the heaven-defying energy. As his movements became more skillful, his condensing speed also increased slightly. The heaven-defying energy, condensed from the many laws of a perfect world, was very powerful. Zichen had great confidence in his own heaven-defying energy. If all the energy in his body transformed, Zichen wouldn't be afraid even if he had to fight against the heaven-defying invaders. As time passed, Zichen never once stopped condensing his energy. In the outside world, the other heaven-defying cultivators on the 7th continent responded to the summons. There were originally 7 heaven-defying cultivators, but now there were 12. In the end, another 8 heaven-defying cultivators arrived one after another. There were 20 heaven-defying cultivators in total. By now, all of the heaven defiers on the 7th continent had arrived. In addition to the 7 who had died earlier, there were now 27 heaven defiers. At the same time, these 27 people also represented the 27 worlds and the 27 stars in the sky. Among the heaven-defying cultivators, Carl wasn't the strongest. However, as the one who had initiated the summons, he had the absolute right to speak among the 20 heaven-defying cultivators. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I think you've already heard some information about the strongest heaven-defying cultivators of this life star. I won't explain them here. The new heaven-defying cultivator of this life star is called Zichen. Just like the legends, the heaven-defying cultivators of this generation are still very strong. Carl got straight to the point. The group of heaven-defying cultivators lifted their heads to look at Carl. A brawny man asked skeptically, "Is Zichen really that strong?" The other heaven-defying cultivators were also skeptical. Strong or not, you'll know when you see this. While talking, Carl took out a crystal ball. He flicked his finger, and the crystal ball flew above their heads. Beams of energy shot out from the crystal ball, illuminating the void and creating a projection. In that projection, Zichen and the other 6 heaven-defying cultivators were standing facing each other. Glancing at the crystal ball, Carl said, "I got this in the human city." The crystal ball recorded the battle when Zichen defeated the other 6 heaven-defying cultivators. You guys can take a look. When the battle began, Huiming and Qiannai launched their attacks. In people's eyes, their attacks weren't weak, but they couldn't hurt Zichen at all. Right after that, the 2 of them launched their big attacks. A dragon and a crane dashed toward Zichen. The other 4 heaven-defying cultivators followed them, forming a siege. Zichen stood in the sky, his body flashing with golden light. He held a heavenly saber tightly in his hand. First, he slashed down. Then, the blade paused in the downward slash and slashed horizontally. Huiming and Qiannai's attacks were dispersed, and the other 3 heaven-defying cultivators were also sent flying. Songshan seized the opportunity and rushed to Zichen, but he was repelled by golden energy. This wave of attack stopped. The brawny man from before scratched his head and said he has some tricks, but it doesn't prove that he's strong. How did the other 6 heaven-defying cultivators die? Carl glanced at him with disdain and said indifferently, "Let's talk after you've seen it." After the wave of battle, Huiming and Qiannai stood still. Their behavior was a little strange. The next moment, Huiming's body was separated, and his corpse fell to the ground. "He's dead." The expressions of the heaven-defying cultivators suddenly changed. Then, Qiannai's body was also cut in half at the waist. His vitality was gone, and he followed in Huiming's footsteps. The brawny man who was doubtful earlier stared at the 2 who died in an instant in disbelief. Damn it, he killed 2 people in an instant. He's so strong. No wonder he's known as the strongest heaven-defying cultivator. His combat strength is really strong. The heaven-defying cultivators exclaimed, their faces full of shock. Then, Songshan coughed up blood and chose to escape. Zichen threw out his saber. Songshan died. The energy was divided into 3. Zichen blew gently, and the feather-like energy rushed toward the 3. The 3 died. The battle ended here. The crystal ball slowly fell into Carl's hand. The heaven-defying cultivators were silent. At first, they were full of confidence that they could kill Zichen with 20 of them working together. But after seeing the video, they were shaken and their expressions were very solemn. In the video, the first to die were Huiming and Qiannai. Both of them had mastered more than 10 laws. The third to die, Songshan, also had more than 10 laws. As for the last 3, they had less than 10 laws. Carl said in a deep voice, based on the battle strength that Zichen displayed on the battlefield, I'm guessing that Zichen has comprehended more than 30 types of laws. Only such a heaven-defying power can suppress the 6 of them. More than 30. Some of the heaven-defying cultivators present gasped. More than 30 types of laws were unattainable. Some of the heaven-defying cultivators lived in worlds where the total number of laws was less than 30 types. Those heaven-defying cultivators who had comprehended less than 10 laws did not have high potential, but their worlds were too small and incomplete. Therefore, they only had a few laws. Carl glanced at the crowd and said, I have comprehended 21 laws, but against Zichen, I will definitely lose. Everyone's expression changed, and it was very complicated. The bald man who had been silent all this time suddenly said, If Zichen has really comprehended more than 30 laws, we may be able to deal with him. But the premise is that everyone must work together. Only by working together can we possibly kill Zichen. After seeing the video of Zichen annihilating the heaven-defying cultivators, they knew how powerful Zichen was. All the heaven-defying cultivators nodded. Among the 20 heaven-defying cultivators, 3 had comprehended more than 20 laws, 8 had comprehended more than 10 laws, and the remaining 9 had comprehended less than 10 laws. But each of them had a heavenly weapon and knew heavenly Tao techniques. Once they worked together, their combat strength was naturally very strong. After that, the heaven-defying cultivators discussed some details and finally decided on the order of attack. After everything was discussed, the 20 heaven-defying cultivators set off. They did not bring anyone else. Only heaven-defying cultivators were qualified to participate in a battle between heaven-defying cultivators. Soon, they arrived at the place where Zichen was hiding. They sensed Zichen's heaven-defying aura, which proved that Zichen had not left yet. Just as they sensed Zichen's presence, Zichen also sensed their presence. After all, with so many heaven-defying cultivators traveling together, the amount of heaven-defying aura produced was unimaginable. Glancing at the small amount of heaven-defying aura, Zichen shook his head and said, There's too little heaven-defying aura. We have to end this quickly. His figure appeared out of thin air and swept his gaze around. Even with Zichen's composure, he was slightly stunned when he saw these heaven-defying cultivators. 20 people. There were actually 20 heaven-defying cultivators. Although many of them were not worth mentioning in his eyes, there were still a few troublesome fellows in the group. Oz and the other 2 surrounded Zichen in a triangular formation. The remaining heaven-defying cultivators stood neatly in the middle of the triangular formation, each finding the best position to attack. Under such circumstances, if Zichen attacked, no matter who his target was, he would instantly encounter any one of the 3 heaven-defying cultivators. As long as the 3 heaven-defying cultivators could block Zichen's attack, then Zichen would be greeted by the powerful attacks of more than 10 heaven-defying cultivators. If he was hit by these attacks, even if Zichen was known as the strongest heaven-defying cultivator, he would definitely die. 1 against 20 heaven-defying cultivators in an attacking posture. Zichen felt that it was difficult to deal with them. They should have gathered all the heaven-defying cultivators of the 7th mainland. This is good. They will learn their lesson. With an ugly expression, Zichen's eyes flashed. These 20 heaven-defying cultivators made him feel great pressure, but it was not to the extent that he was afraid. Without wasting any time, his figure flashed and directly rushed toward one of the heaven-defying cultivators. That heaven-defying cultivator had comprehended more than 20 types of laws and was one of the 3 heaven-defying cultivators. As he moved forward, Zi-Chen's body shone with golden light, and a heaven blade appeared in his hand. The heaven blade was filled with heaven-defying energy. Dazzling golden light filled the world, and a terrifying aura swept through the world. Under Zi-Chen's cold gaze, the heaven-defying cultivator slashed down with the heaven-defying cultivator. Sensing the power of this attack, the heaven-defying cultivator's expression changed. He also took out a heaven-defying cultivator. More than 20 types of laws in his body formed a heaven-defying energy that covered the heaven-defying cultivator's heaven-defying cultivator, trying to block this attack. Clang! As the heaven blade slashed down, a powerful force erupted, and a sonorous sound reverberated through the world. Under this huge force, the heaven-defying cultivators, heaven-defying cultivators, heaven-defying cultivators, heaven-defying cultivator. Chapter 1944. According to the original plan, as long as someone could block one of Zi-Chen's attacks, they could then join forces and use the powerful heavenly soldier to kill Zi-Chen. Seeing Zi-Chen's opponent was precisely one of the 3 strongest people. This caused the others to be unable to help but reveal a trace of joy. During the prediction, Carl had said that there was a huge gap between the laws that they had comprehended and that he would not be able to defeat Zi-Chen in a one-on-one fight. However, it would not be a problem for him to block one of Zi-Chen's attacks. Everything was going according to plan. However, when it really happened, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Zi-Chen's downward slash instantly knocked away the weapon in the heaven-defying cultivator's hand. At the same time, the saber light fell on the heaven-defying cultivator's head while he was still in shock and horror. Swoosh! As the saber slashed down, the heaven-defying cultivator's body, which was formed by the heaven-defying energy, disappeared in an instant. The heaven-defying cultivator's expression froze, and all his movements stopped. The long saber in Zi-Chen's hand suddenly stopped and then slashed backward. Clang! A cold sword light that was about to reach him was blocked by Zi-Chen's saber. When the saber and the sword collided, Zi-Chen saw Carl's cold expression in front of him. After dodging Carl's attack, Zi-Chen immediately retreated. As he retreated, his body crashed into the heaven-defying cultivator just now. After the collision, the heaven-defying cultivator's body was split into 2 and flew to both sides. He had killed one of the 3 strongest people with one slash of his saber. Zi-Chen, who was retreating, had a long gash on his back. Golden blood flowed out of the wound like golden pearls sprinkling on the ground. This attack was left behind by another powerhouse. Carl gripped his heavenly soldier, long sword, tightly and chased after Zi-Chen. During this time, various powerful attacks brushed past his body and headed for Zi-Chen. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zi-Chen's back. After deliberately displaying extreme speed, a mysterious energy fluctuation enveloped the surrounding space. Under this fluctuation, all the attacks in front of Zi-Chen slowed down and paused for a moment. During this pause, Zi-Chen avoided many fatal attacks. Swoosh! 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 Many attacks brushed past Zi-Chen's body. Except for some weaker attacks that could hit Zi-Chen, all the powerful attacks were dodged by Zi-Chen. These were the attacks that the 19 heaven-defying cultivators launched at the same time when Zi-Chen launched his attack. Although there was a difference in the speed of their attacks, the timing of their attacks was very well. Carl, who was still rushing forward, saw how easily Zi-Chen dodged the attacks. His pupils shrank, and a sharp sword light appeared again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Zi-Chen had already retreated 5 steps, dodging nearly a wave of attacks from the heaven-defying cultivators. It took a long time to describe, but in fact it all happened in an instant. Carl's first attack was blocked by Zi-Chen. When Zi-Chen retreated 5 steps, the second attack appeared. The sharp sword light carried a cold killing intent as it pierced toward Zi Chen's face. Swoosh! The heavenly blade in Zi Chen's hand began to shine. A bright golden blade, light, blocked the second sword light. A huge force then spread out, and Karl's body was directly sent flying. In a head-on confrontation, Karl was defeated in one move. Karl's face was full of shock as he was sent flying. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Zi Chen, who was in front of him, had a cold expression. Then, a blurry light seemed to have appeared beside him, and then disappeared in a blur. The sense of danger came from that blurry light, but it disappeared in a flash. It was like an illusion in a trance. While Karl was flying backward, he did not understand what had happened, but he could hear a series of popping sounds in his ears. By the time he stabilized himself after flying for 100 meters, the popping sound had also disappeared. Karl was at a loss as he looked around, trying to find the source of the strange sound. Unfortunately, he did not see anything. He quickly glanced at the heaven-defying cultivators. Everyone looked very nervous, but he could not see anything unusual. However, Karl keenly sensed that there were a few heaven-defying cultivators who were acting strangely. MOA. He tried to call out one of the heaven-defying cultivators, but the other party did not respond. They did not even turn around. Just as Karl realized that something was wrong, the light on 5 of the 19 heaven-defying cultivators disappeared in an instant, and their bodies fell to the ground below. These 5 people had lost their vitality. Damn it, how could this be? Karl's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. He did not see what had happened, but 5 heaven-defying cultivators had been killed. When he turned back again, he looked at Zi Chen with an expression full of shock. Amidst this shock, there was also a hint of fear. He had originally guessed that Zi Chen might have comprehended more than 30 types of laws, which meant that he had comprehended less than 35. However, he was wrong. Zi Chen was even more terrifying than he had imagined, since he could kill a heaven-defying cultivator who had comprehended more than 20 laws in one blow. The number of laws he had comprehended was at least 40. In the blink of an eye, there were only 14 heaven-defying cultivators left. Their faces were full of shock, and there was even a hint of horror in the depths of their eyes. Zi Chen's combat strength was terrifying to be able to kill one of the 3 strongest heaven-defying cultivators in one blow. Some of them even had the thought of retreating. We can't leave. If we retreat now, we will only die more miserably. As if he had guessed everyone's thoughts, the bald man, who also had a look of horror, shouted loudly. His voice was a little hoarse, and it was a testament to his uneasiness at the moment. That's right. We have suffered a lot of casualties, but he is also injured. His combat strength will be greatly affected. Karl took a deep breath and forcibly expelled the fear in his heart. He tried his best to appear calm as he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, retreat will only lead to death. There is still a way to survive if we fight. Don't hesitate, let's fight." The last heaven-defying cultivator, who had comprehended more than 20 laws, also spoke. Being able to remain calm in such a situation showed that they were all extraordinary existences. Unfortunately, they had encountered Zi Chen, who was an anomaly. Kill! Exhaling heavily, Karl shouted and took the lead to charge towards Zi Chen. Buzz! Buzz! The void trembled and the energy went berserk. At this moment, the sky began to shatter on a large scale. All the heaven-defying cultivators had pushed their heaven-defying cultivators to the limit. It was a scene of complete destruction. The space in the sky shattered, and the mountains and ancient trees on the ground turned into dust. At this critical moment of life and death, all the heaven-defying cultivators displayed their absolute strength. The whole world was trembling, and the violent aura spread far and wide, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Staring at the heaven-defying cultivators who took the initiative to attack, the corners of Zi Chen's mouth moved slightly, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. The heavenly saber in his hand began to tremble violently, and waves of heaven-defying energy were madly injected into the long saber. Golden blood flowed out of his body, and the many wounds on his body looked shocking. However, this did not affect his murderous heart. On his shoulder, the saber spirit transformed into a spirit. It flapped its wings slightly, feeling its master's murderous heart at this moment. Its pair of bright and cute eyes were also filled with cold, murderous intent. It forcibly suppressed its desire to sleep after devouring the heaven-defying cultivator's soul. It was fully alert, waiting for Zi Chen's arrangement to surround and kill. Swoosh! Zi Chen rushed forward, and the thunder wings on his back flapped. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed toward the 14 heaven-defying cultivators. The saber spirit stayed where it was. Without the control of Zi Chen's mind, it could not exert its full power. Zi Chen, who was rushing forward, stared at the strongest heaven-defying cultivator other than Carl. The long saber in his hand trembled even more violently. In an instant, Zi Chen arrived in front of the heaven-defying cultivator. The long saber in his hand turned into a ray of light and slashed at the heaven-defying cultivator. Clang! During this time, a crisp sound was heard. A heavenly weapon flew diagonally into the sky. Under the heaven-defying cultivator's horrified gaze, Zi Chen did not slow down and passed through the heaven-defying cultivator's saber light and sword shadow. During this time, clanging sounds were constantly heard, and all kinds of energy vibrations were constantly heard. In the blink of an eye, Zi Chen arrived behind the 14 heaven-defying cultivators. His back was facing the heaven-defying cultivators. At this moment, there were more than 100 wounds of various sizes on his body. Golden blood was gurgling out of the wounds. He held the heaven-defying saber tightly in his hand. The tip of the saber was pointed at the ground. All kinds of glowing, mixed blood flowed along the tip of the saber and fell to the ground. His body leaned forward slightly and lowered his head. His blood-dyed long hair covered his face. There was a wound on his abdomen that almost penetrated his body. His wriggling organs could be vaguely seen in the wound. After stabilizing himself, the tricolored light appeared beside Zi Chen and turned into the saber spirit again. However, at this moment, the saber spirit's eyes were blurred and seemed to be very sleepy. It stood on Zi Chen's shoulder and swayed from side to side as if it could fall asleep at any time. It wanted to refine the heavenly soul by sleeping. Both sides stopped moving. The heaven-defying cultivators also turned their backs to Zi Chen and did not turn around. It was not that they did not want to, but many of them wanted to turn around but suddenly found that the strength in their bodies had dissipated in an instant. There was not a trace of strength for them to use. The gravity that had disappeared for an unknown period of time fell on them again, and their bodies fell down uncontrollably. As for what happened after that, they did not know what happened. Listening to the occasional thumping sound in his ears, Carl felt that all the strength in his body was gone. At this moment, he wanted to move, but felt that he did not have any strength. After expending a lot of effort, he slowly lowered his head and looked at his body. His arms and legs were still there, and there were no obvious injuries. Carl was not injured, but he felt that all the strength in his body had disappeared. After expending a lot of effort, his body finally obeyed. He turned his head left and right, but he could not see anyone else. After turning around with difficulty, he saw that there was still a person standing in front of him. It was the bald man. Other than that, he could not see any heaven-defying cultivators in his line of sight. In the second battle, 10 heaven-defying cultivators had died. Chapter 1945. Zi Chen, who had turned around, was covered in scars. His injuries were shocking, and blood was flowing out of his wounds. In particular, there was a hole in his abdomen that had been completely penetrated. If it had not been for the heaven-defying energy, Zi-Chen's internal organs would have fallen out immediately. Even through the heaven-defying energy, one could still see Zi-Chen's heart, which was still beating vigorously. At a glance, one could see that Zi-Chen's injuries were very serious. However, even through the bloody hair, Zi-Chen's expression was cold and emotionless. He did not even feel any pain from his wounds. Compared to Zi-Chen's serious injuries, Carl and the bald man were not injured at all. This was because any heaven-defying person who had fought with Zi-Chen had either died in an instant or survived unscathed. The two of them, who were not injured, looked at Zi-Chen with shock and fear. Carl looked at the bald man's back and found that his body was trembling involuntarily. This was caused by fear. Being able to make a heaven-defying person feel fear from the bottom of his heart. It was clear that Zi-Chen had left a terrible shadow in his heart. Carl, who was also terrified, only saw the bald man's abnormality. He did not realize that his body was also trembling involuntarily. "Come on, let's fight to the death." Zi-Chen, who was in front of them, opened his mouth and smiled. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Coupled with the smile on his face, he looked ferocious and terrifying. A thick chill appeared in the hearts of the two of them. They had an impulse to turn around and run away, but their feet seemed to be filled with lead. They could not move at all. This was not an oppressive aura, but the fear in their hearts that made their bodies unable to move. Carl bit the tip of his tongue hard, and the taste of blood spread from his mouth. After the fear in his heart subsided a little, he raised the heaven-defying weapon in his hand and forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart. The heaven-defying energy in his body began to be mobilized bit by bit, and a powerful aura was released from his body again. The bald man also trembled as he raised the heaven-grade weapon in his hand. Even though his heart was still filled with fear, he did not retreat even half a step. His eyes were fixed on Zi-Chen as the weapon in his hand began to flash with a cold light. A hint of surprise appeared on Zi-Chen's indifferent face. He hadn't expected that the two of them would still have the determination to fight under such circumstances. But that was all. Today, either you die or I die. No matter how much he admired their character and fighting spirit, both of them had to die today. If they didn't die, he would die. Moreover, with such a serious injury, Zi-Chen wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The sword spirit did not fall asleep. With a gentle flap of its wings, it left Zi-Chen's shoulder. Golden light reappeared around Zi-Chen, and a heaven-defying aura circulated. In his hand, Skyblade began to release a powerful aura. Due to his serious injury, he couldn't use his extreme speed. He could only move forward slowly. The heavens and earth seemed to be unable to withstand this power. With every step Zi-Chen took, the heavens and earth would tremble violently. While the heavens and earth were trembling, Carl and the bald man's bodies were also trembling. Kill! Seeing Zi-Chen approaching step by step with a sinister smile on his face, the fear in the bald man's heart grew stronger and stronger. In the end, he fiercely bit the tip of his tongue, shouted loudly, and took the lead to charge toward Zi-Chen. Buzz! In Zi-Chen's hand, Skyblade trembled, and a saber light slashed down like a waterfall. His injury was serious, but his attack was very sharp and still contained a powerful energy. Clang! A huge force shook off the heaven-grade weapon in the bald man's hand. Then the saber light suddenly flashed and swept past the bald man's body. At that moment, Zi-Chen felt a pain in his chest. It was a long sword that had pierced through his chest. On the other side of the long sword was Carl, who still had fear in his eyes, but his expression was very cold. Glancing at Carl indifferently, Zi-Chen grabbed the long sword with his left hand so that it couldn't leave his body. Then he slashed forward with his saber. Ah! Carl exerted his strength, but he couldn't pull out the long sword. A look of panic appeared on his face. At that moment, a flash of saber light came toward him. Seeing this flash of saber light, Carl let out a cry of despair. Under the threat of death, the heaven-defying energy around him quickly formed a defense. As the saber light swept past, Karl's grip on the long sword suddenly loosened. The energy defense around him dissipated, and his body fell to the ground. His vitality dissipated as he fell. The two died one after another. Zichen stood in the sky with a heaven-grade sword in his chest. This battle ended quickly, but the process was quite tragic. The heaven-defying energy in his body was almost exhausted, but his battle record was still remarkable. Zichen didn't pull out the heaven-grade sword in his chest. He slowly turned his head and looked somewhere in the void. He said indifferently, "I thought you had escaped." There was no one in the void. The next moment, a sneer was heard. "We were going to leave, but your injury is so serious that I don't think it's necessary to leave." As the sneer fell, two people appeared in the void. They were two heaven-defying cultivators. One of them was a strong man who had once questioned Zichen's strength. In the first wave of attack, Zichen killed 6 people. In the second wave of attack, he killed 10 people. As for the other 2, they fled first. After the battle, only Karl and the bald man were left. The 2 left, but they turned back, which was somewhat beyond Zichen's expectations. Moreover, the 2 obviously didn't see the scene of him killing the other heaven-defying cultivators. Therefore, there wasn't much fear on their faces, but there was no lack of shock. The 2 spread out, one on the left and one on the right. The strong man sneered and said, "Killing you is definitely a great merit. I didn't expect that the great merit would fall to us." The other heaven-defying cultivator also smiled maliciously. Zichen glanced at the 2 indifferently. His injury was so serious that he couldn't stand straight. He held the long saber in one hand and the long sword in front of his chest tightly with the other. He said coldly, "After killing the 2 of you, the 7th mainland will be at peace." "With your current strength?" The strong man said disdainfully, "You can't even hold your weapon properly." While they were talking, the saber spirit flew over from not far away. It looked like it was learning how to fly for the first time. Its body swayed left and right, looking very funny. Although the 2 could see that the saber spirit was a heaven-grade weapon, they really didn't understand what this little thing was used for. The saber spirit swayed and finally flew in front of Zichen. Then its body shone and turned into a small, tricolored heavenly saber. The small heavenly saber also swayed left and right after it appeared. Its aura was very unstable, which made the 2 heaven-defying cultivators want to laugh. However, in the next moment, a violent aura spread out from the small heavenly saber. The tricolored light of thunder and fire enveloped the heavenly saber. The space around the heavenly saber became chaotic. Thunder saber manipulation. Under the control of Zichen's spiritual thoughts, the small heavenly saber instantly broke into space and disappeared. Zichen's expression was cold as he looked at the 2 heaven-defying cultivators who were on guard. He said coldly, "You don't have to use a weapon to kill people." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the disappeared heavenly saber turned into tricolored light of thunder and fire and reappeared in front of Zichen. In front of him, the 2 heaven-defying cultivators' vigilant expressions were already dull. There was a bloody wound between their eyebrows. "Let's go." No longer paying attention to the 2, Zichen turned and called the saber spirit to leave. Before leaving, the saber spirit suddenly turned and flew around on the ground. Then it turned into a stream of light and disappeared with Zichen. The battle between the heaven-defying cultivators produced very strong fluctuations. After the battle here was over, some Heaven Realm cultivators flew over. These Heaven Realm cultivators also deliberately stopped and came after sensing that the fluctuations of aura had disappeared. At a glance, the ground was littered with corpses. These corpses no longer had any vitality, but they still exuded a heart-palpitating aura. These are heaven-defying cultivators. One of the old men's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this scene. This was because he recognized one of the people who had appeared in the sky above the auspicious lake region. That one is also a heaven-defying cultivator. At the same time, the other pointed at the dead bald man and said, "The two heaven-defying cultivators were already dead, but the aura on their bodies was still oppressive. The aura on the other corpses was not weaker than the two heaven-defying cultivators." One of the young heaven realm cultivators swept his gaze across the corpses, and his expression changed drastically. Disbelief appeared on his face as he said in a trembling voice, "These can't all be heaven-defying cultivators, right?" "They are all heaven-defying cultivators." Everyone's expression changed as well. They felt that the aura on the corpses was not weak. This was very likely. However, at a glance, the number of heaven-defying cultivators was as high as 20. Who in the world could kill 20 heaven-defying cultivators? Suddenly, a name popped up in everyone's mind. If these were really heaven-defying cultivators, then there was only one person who had the ability to kill these heaven-defying cultivators. That was Zichen. Could it be that Zichen had killed these heaven-defying cultivators? Just as everyone was puzzled, a cry of surprise came from not far away. "Heaven Realm cultivators! There are Heaven Realm cultivators!" Heaven Realm cultivators were obviously the most attracted to Heaven Realm cultivators. Everyone no longer wondered whether these were heaven-defying cultivators or who had killed them. They all went towards the source of the sound. They saw a Heaven Realm cultivator holding a Heaven Realm cultivator. This Heaven Realm cultivator was very sharp, but it lacked the violent aura that a Heaven Realm cultivator should have. Looking at the Heaven Realm cultivator's cultivator, the eyes of the others became fiery, and a faint cold light flashed in their eyes. "Idiot, there are many more here. Why are you looking at me?" The Heaven Realm cultivator glared, looking very dissatisfied. Sure enough, they found other Heaven Realm cultivators, and there were many of them. As more and more Heaven Realm cultivators were found, there were as many as 19 Heaven Realm cultivators. This was a number that made people's hearts tremble. Almost every Heaven Realm cultivator who came had obtained 2 Heaven Realm cultivators. However, this Heaven Realm cultivator still felt a little strange. After the old man carefully sized them up, a look of realization appeared in his eyes. He said, "Yes, these Heaven Realm cultivators don't have Heaven Realm cultivators. They must have been forcibly taken away." "What? They don't have Heaven Realm cultivators?" All the Heaven Realm cultivators were stunned. As they probed with their spiritual senses, they did not find any Heaven Realm cultivators, Heaven Realm cultivators. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with disappointment. Don't be unsatisfied. Even if they don't have Heaven Realm cultivators, Heaven Realm cultivators, they're still extremely sharp. Let's hurry up and leave this place. The rest of the trouble will come to us. The old man reminded them. The Heaven Realm cultivators came to a realization. With so many heaven-defying cultivators dead, they should be coming soon. They should leave immediately. Chapter 1946. On the way out, Zichen, who was seriously injured, sped up and used the last of his strength to fly into the distance. During this process, Zichen released his spiritual senses and scanned the surroundings. His consciousness became more and more blurred. After arriving at a continuous mountain range, Zichen found a hidden cave and flashed in. After using the last of his strength to cover the entrance of the cave with a formation, Zichen fell to the ground. During the process of falling, Zichen's figure disappeared and entered his own world. With his last bit of strength, he allowed Zichen to enter his own world. However, he did not fall into the source of heaven and earth. Instead, he fell beside the source of heaven and earth, and then Zichen fainted. The wounds on Zichen's body were left by many heaven-defying cultivators. Each heaven-defying cultivator had a different type of heaven-defying cultivator. Zichen could still suppress it when he was at his peak, but now that he was seriously injured, he could not suppress so many heaven-defying cultivators raging on his wounds. Zichen's aura became weaker and weaker. It seemed that he was about to reach the critical point of his life. At this moment, his own world seemed to sense Zichen's gradually fading life fluctuations. It became dim and lusterless. The world, which was originally full of vitality, seemed to have reached its twilight years. The quiet origin sea suddenly began to tremble. As the surface of the sea trembled, large waves appeared. In the middle of these waves, an origin dragon rushed out of thin air and rushed towards the seriously injured Zichen. The origin dragon landed beside Zichen and immediately turned into many origin principles between heaven and earth. It slowly fused into Zichen's body and entered the wound. The wound was now full of the heaven-defying cultivators, heaven-defying cultivators, heaven-defying cultivators' energy. The level of this energy was obviously higher than the origin dragon's origin principle power. Therefore, the heaven-defying cultivator's energy that wanted to heal the wound was instantly devoured. After the devouring, the heaven-defying energy became even more terrifying, and Zichen's injuries became even more serious. After noticing this, the rest of the origin energy stopped channeling and turned into the origin dragon again. Its size was 1/3 smaller than before, and its pair of dragon eyes stared at the heaven-defying energy on Zichen's wound. Just like that, Zichen's life aura became weaker and weaker. The origin dragon had no choice but to disperse again. But before that, it revealed a resolute look in its eyes as though it had intelligence. The origin dragon dissipated again and turned into the origin of heaven and earth. These origins spread out and turned into their own rules. Immediately after that, a part of each of the precepts split off and shot towards one of Zichen's wounds in unison. These origins of heaven and earth were like spirit snakes. As they moved forward, their bodies intertwined with each other. The origins of heaven and earth were released as much as they could, and these origins of heaven and earth underwent some changes on their own. When they were about to reach one of Zichen's wounds, these spirit snakes had already disappeared and were replaced by a mini dragon. The mini dragon exuded a suffocating aura, and what made up the mini dragon was the power of evolution and evolution of many principles. This was a new kind of power, collectively known as heaven-defying cultivators. The mini dragon of heaven-defying cultivators' energy flew towards one of Zichen's wounds. As soon as the mini dragon landed on the wound, it encountered other heaven-defying cultivators' energy, and the two sides began to fight. Because there was too much heaven-defying cultivators' energy, the mini dragon's body was relatively small, so this battle did not result in a one-sided battle. Instead, it was an evenly matched confrontation. A mini dragon of heaven-defying cultivators' energy appeared and prevented the wound from worsening during the confrontation. Above Zichen, there were many scattered origins of heaven and earth principles. These origins of heaven and earth principles began to separate into other forces, forming mini dragons of heaven-defying cultivators' energy in midair. They landed on Zichen's other wounds and began to expel and annihilate the foreign heaven-defying cultivators' energy. This was a natural change in the world. It could also be said that the world was carrying out self-protection. Under such circumstances, unless these foreign heaven-defying cultivators' energy could exhaust all the origins in the origin sea of Zichen's world, Zichen's life aura would not weaken. As the mini dragons of heaven-defying cultivators' energy appeared, the origins of heaven and earth principles above Zichen's had become less and less. But soon, the origin sea began to tremble again, and another surge of origins landed above Zichen and spread out. One after another, mini dragons of heaven-defying cultivators' energy appeared and landed on Zichen's wounds. Among them, at his abdomen, there were almost 10 mini dragons of heaven-defying cultivator's energy, expelling the heaven-defying cultivator's energy. The world protected itself, and Zi-Chen's life was saved. As for how he would awaken, the time was uncertain. On the 7th mainland, the news that 27 heaven-defying cultivators had been killed spread quickly. All the alien races on the 7th mainland were also in danger. 27 heaven-defying cultivators had been killed. This was a big deal, a big deal. The alien races who heard this news all paled. Then, this news spread to all the 9 continents at the fastest speed. For a time, Zi-Chen's name resounded in the Zhan Wu continent again. Hearing this name, some people were happy while others were sad. Among them, some existences in the Wuji sect felt bitter when they recalled what had happened. Heaven-defying cultivators were terrifying. They could easily break through to the heaven realm. However, Zi-Chen could kill 27 heaven-defying cultivators by himself. It could be seen that he was one of the best heaven-defying cultivators. Once Zi-Chen returned to the Wuji sect, it would be a disaster for the Wuji sect. All the forces on the continent were extremely shocked when they heard this news. This also included the alien races and the remaining heaven-defying cultivators. They were all shocked by this news. When they received the order to invade the Life Star, their first mission was to kill the rising heaven-defying cultivators at any cost. This order was for all heaven-defying cultivators. Therefore, as soon as these heaven-defying cultivators entered the Life Star, they began to search for news of heaven-defying cultivators. Of course, the most likely place to appear was the place with the most forces. Therefore, most of the strongest heaven-defying cultivators were in the first 4 mainlands. The rest were in the last 3 mainlands. As for the 8th and 9th mainlands, there weren't many heaven realm cultivators. The possibility of heaven-defying cultivators appearing there was too low. Therefore, no heaven-defying cultivators went there. During this time, almost all the famous existences in the 1st and 2nd mainlands had clashed with the heaven-defying cultivators. During this time, some heavens chosen had died. However, who would have thought that a heaven-defying cultivator would appear in a place they didn't pay attention to? Moreover, he had displayed extraordinary fighting strength. Let's go to the 7th mainland. After hearing this news, some heaven-defying cultivators from the 6th mainland, which was close to the 7th mainland, set off to the 7th mainland to search for Zi-Chen. At the same time, heaven-defying cultivators from other mainlands also headed to the 7th mainland. Zi-Chen had killed more than 20 heaven-defying cultivators, which was enough to attract attention. Now his enemies were all the heaven-defying cultivators of the Zhanwu continent. There were big and small worlds, and there were strong and weak cultivators. This principle was also true for heaven-defying cultivators. Not all heaven-defying cultivators went to the 7th mainland to kill Zi-Chen after hearing this shocking news. There were some publicly recognized experts who stood at the pinnacle of heaven-defying cultivators who didn't leave. In their words, the strongest heaven-defying cultivators would eventually step onto the path of stars. If he couldn't even leave the 7th mainland, then he wasn't qualified to fight with them. When they arrived at the 7th mainland, the bounty was still there. However, all the cultivators on the continent had already set off. Zi-Chen seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. He had disappeared without a trace. Even the sensors couldn't detect him. Some people guessed that Zi-Chen might have left the 7th mainland and gone to the 6th mainland. Others said that Zi-Chen might have returned to the 8th and 9th mainlands. All of these guesses were very likely, so the outsiders had no choice but to conduct a comprehensive search. In the process of searching, they needed the cooperation of the natives of the Zhanwu continent. Therefore, the outsiders had no choice but to declare a ceasefire and announce that their goal was only Zi-Chen. Once they found Zi-Chen and captured Zi-Chen, they would immediately leave. In addition to using words to bewitch people, the outsiders also issued a huge bounty. Anyone who found Zi-Chen would be rewarded with 2 heaven-grade weapons and 2 custom-made Heaven Dao magical techniques. Those were the rewards for Heaven Realm cultivators. In addition, there were also rewards for other levels. In short, the rewards were very generous. Many cultivators were tempted by the rewards. Furthermore, the outsiders had already stated that they were invading because of Zi-Chen. Therefore, they didn't feel any guilt when searching for Zi-Chen. The outsiders used rewards to encourage the whole nation to search for Zi-Chen, including many war beasts. It was as if a large net had been formed in the sky and on the ground. As long as Zi-Chen was still in the Zhanwu continent, he would definitely be enveloped by this large net. When everyone searched for him, they still couldn't find him. Zi-Chen seemed to have left this world. The heavily injured Zi-Chen no longer had energy circulating around his body. Naturally, he didn't have any heaven-defying aura. Those devices naturally couldn't sense it. As for the heaven-defying aura produced by the world itself, it belonged to the scope of the world's isolation. Those devices couldn't detect it at all. While everyone was searching for Zi-Chen was still heavily injured. As more and more heaven-defying energy dragons appeared, the heaven-defying energy was expelled one by one until it completely disappeared. After the heaven-defying energy disappeared, Zi-Chen's injuries became external. With the injection of rich life energy, those external injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, in Zi-Chen's body, the remaining heaven-defying energy dragons didn't dissipate. Instead, they entered Zi-Chen's body on their own, and then entered Zi-Chen's bones and blood. These heaven-defying energy dragons entered the body, which could promote Zi-Chen's physical body to transform again. Of course, this was also the legendary meridian changing and marrow cleansing. The original Zi-Chen collected 2 little heaven-defying energy. It wasn't even enough for fighting, so how could he be willing to use it to temper his body? Chapter 1947. The heaven-defying energy dragon helped Zi-Chen temper his body, and Zi-Chen, who was still in a coma, became stronger after absorbing the heaven-defying energy. Under this kind of change in the world, Zi-Chen himself could not produce any energy, and the people outside with sensor devices naturally could not perceive it. In addition, Zi-Chen had almost exhausted all the heaven-defying energy in his body in the last battle, and there was no more heaven-defying energy to be mobilized, which was one of the main reasons why no one gained anything. In the outside world, for the rich rewards given by the foreign races, all the people were dispatched to every corner of the world. Everyone hoped to find Zi-Chen and get the reward of a lifetime, but Zi-Chen seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. There was no result for a long time, and some heaven-defying people could not help but guess some reasons. Perhaps after the battle that day, Zi-Chen died because of his serious injuries. After all, heaven-defying energy was different from other kinds of energy. After it adhered to the wound, it would form an additional destructive force that few people could expel. Whether Zi-Chen died of serious injuries or not, before they saw his body, the search for him would not stop unless there was a new order from above. In this case, the foreign races and the indigenous people of the Zhanwu continent lived in harmony. Time passed, and soon a year passed. During this year, there was no news of Zi-Chen. The search continued, and no new orders were passed, proving that the heaven-defying person was still alive, and no one gave up. In Zi-Chen's world, there was light again, and the whole world became full of vitality. The dusky scene of dusk disappeared, and all kinds of spirit beasts became active again. After Zi-Chen recovered from his injuries, the heaven-defying energy dragon had been tempering Zi-Chen's body. During this period, the huge source sea was also constantly sending heaven-defying energy to Zi-Chen. In this kind of tempering, Zi-Chen's body became stronger and stronger. Zi-Chen seemed to be asleep, his eyes closed, his breathing was even, and his face was faintly rosy. After an unknown amount of time, Zi-Chen's body moved slightly. He frowned and opened his eyes in a daze. His eyes were filled with confusion. The moment he opened his eyes, the blankness in Zi Chen's eyes disappeared, replaced by vigilance. He slapped the ground with his hands and jumped up in an instant, looking around vigilantly. What greeted his eyes was a familiar scene. Beside him was the vast Origin Sea. Zi Chen's consciousness was slowly returning. He recalled the scene when he had killed a group of heaven-defying heavenly swordsmen. Due to his severe injuries, he did not even have time to collect the heavenly swordsmen and the corpses of the heaven-defying heavenly swordsmen. It had to be known that heavenly armaments could be reforged, and the corpses of heaven defiers were the best materials to refine them. Thinking back to that day, Zi Chen felt that it was a pity, but he did not regret it. At that time, he was about to lose his life, so how could he have the time to think about those worldly possessions? Checking his body, Zi Chen found that his injuries had completely healed. His spiritual senses fell on his body and swept through every part of his body. With his keen senses, he noticed that some kind of change had occurred in his body. For Zi Chen, who had tempered his body, this sort of change wasn't very strange. He had already experienced this feeling of his body becoming stronger many times. However, as one's strength and cultivation level increased, it would be very difficult to make one's body significantly stronger. He stretched out his hands and slowly clenched them into fists. His physical strength surged within his body. At this moment, there was only one word in Zi Chen's mind: powerful. It was a very powerful physical body. He was so powerful that even Zi Chen, who had killed dozens of heaven-defying cultivators, couldn't suppress his excitement and joy. After a moment of excitement, Zi Chen looked around. Seeing the current situation, the excitement and joy on his face gradually disappeared. There was no longer any heaven-defying energy in his body, and he needed to condense it again. In the Origin Sea, Saber Spirit had revealed his true form and was floating on the surface of the sea. At the last moment of the battle, Saber Spirit had forcibly devoured the souls of those heavenly soldiers. At this moment, Saber Spirit was refining their souls and had yet to awaken. Not far from Saber Spirit was the scabbard that Zi Chen had obtained in the Manor Domain. This scabbard had been with him and had helped him a lot. However, after Zi Chen had broken through to the heavenly realm and obtained Skyblade again, he discovered that these heavenly soldiers could not enter the scabbard. Furthermore, the scabbard was no longer the same as before. Whenever a long saber entered the scabbard, some kind of change would occur. After that, there was the divine dragon bow and the floating dragon god's arrow. Although Zi Chen had been refining them with his origin energy, due to the quality of the two weapons, they still could not enter the ranks of heavenly soldiers. Zi Chen was very satisfied with the performance of the divine dragon bow. In addition, Saber Spirit was currently in a deep slumber. Zi Chen suddenly had an idea to refine the divine dragon bow again. Although he did not know any refining techniques, Cauldron Spirit was an expert in this matter. Han Shua's body reappeared in the cave. No one had discovered this place yet. The formation at the entrance of the cave was still intact. However, as Zi Chen spread out his spiritual senses, he discovered that there were no less than 100 practitioners within a radius of several dozen miles around the cave. Some of them were looking left and right, knocking on some rocks as if they were looking for something. There were also some who were sitting on the ground in groups of 3 to 5, chatting and laughing with each other. Why are there so many people? Zi Chen was puzzled. He was not in a hurry to leave, but waited patiently. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual senses to eavesdrop on the conversations of the crowd. After a while, Zi Chen heard a discussion about him. Say, where did this Zi Chen go? We have been searching for him for 5 years. We have searched almost every nook and cranny of this place, but we haven't even found a trace of him. Keep your voice down. Lord Zi Chen is someone who can even kill a heaven-defying cultivator. If he was here, he could kill you with a single thought if you called him by his name. I was just joking. Do you think he's going to die just like that? If he's really here, that would be great. We'll be rewarded, and those alien race deities will come. After killing Zichin, all the alien race deities will leave. While speaking, the practitioner shook the device in his hand and said, "You said that this lousy thing can really detect the aura of heaven-defying experts." "Of course. If you don't believe me, you can go 100 miles away and see if there is any reaction." After withdrawing his spiritual senses, Zichin finally understood what was going on. Among the crowd, there were aliens and natives of the Zhanwu continent. When the two sides met, they did not start fighting. Instead, they greeted each other as if they were familiar with each other. Their target was obviously Han Shoa. Moreover, they were all holding some kind of round ball that could detect the aura of heaven-defying experts. The reason why those heaven-defying experts were able to accurately detect Han Shoa's presence was probably because of this thing. After thinking about it for a moment, Zichin understood what was going on and felt a bit disappointed. He had followed the Azure Dragon Saint's instructions and came to this world to fight against the aliens. Who would have thought that he would become the enemy of the aliens and the natives? He had become the public enemy. After a moment of disappointment, Zichin pulled himself together. This was also good. Everyone's attention had shifted to him. On the whole, the natives of the Zhanwu continent would not be in danger. He had achieved his goal of coming here. After all, those aliens were afraid of him. As long as he was alive, the natives of the Zhanwu continent would be a bit safer. On the other hand, Zichin still had friends in this region. Although he didn't know how they were doing, at least they were safe for now. At the same time, since the aliens were not attacking the Zhanwu continent, they naturally wouldn't go to the Tianwu continent. That place was relatively safe. Taking a deep breath, Zichin cast aside his distracting thoughts and sent out his spiritual senses once more. As expected, he found a heaven-defying expert 100 miles away. That person was sitting cross-legged on a boulder. His eyes were closed and his hands were forming hand seals. He didn't sense anything when his spiritual sense landed on him. Zichin retracted his spiritual sense. He already had a plan. Since this world no longer needed him, he should fight for some things for himself. For example, 1 or 2 stronger heaven-defying items or more heaven-defying energy. After thinking about it, Zichin's energy surged. The trace of a heaven-defying expert's aura that he had just condensed was also released. Take a look. What's the use of this thing? Just as Zichin released his heaven-defying aura, one of the cultivators outside took out a sphere. Suddenly, the sphere began to shine and tremble violently. That cultivator's eyes widened as he looked around. Hum, 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 hum. At the same time, the spheres on the other people's bodies began to tremble violently. Because they were heaven-defying experts 100 miles away, these people were very clear on what the spheres trembling represented. Heaven-defying experts. There's a heaven-defying expert. There's a heaven-defying expert here. One by one, they took out their trembling spheres. Their faces were full of excitement as they shouted loudly. Bang! Not far away, there was a loud tremor. The mountain rocks exploded, and Zichin rushed out. The already excited crowd widened their eyes when they saw Zichin. As they stared at this extremely familiar figure, their bodies involuntarily trembled. Their eyes were constantly glowing as if they had seen an endless supply of resources. Zichin! Zichin is here! I found Zichin! I found Zichin! Get lost! I found him first! I found him first! I found him first! Seeing Zichin, everyone began to shout and then began to fight over him. There were even some shoving and fighting. But in the next moment, Zichin disappeared from everyone's sight. This stunned the people who were shouting, but they quickly reacted and immediately chased after him. If Zichin runs away, the reward will be gone. Hurry up and chase after him. Everyone took out their devices and chased after Zichin. But with his speed, How could he catch up with Zichen? Along the way, many people discovered Zichen and chased after Zichen. Zichen had already arrived beside the heaven-defying expert in an instant. After seeing Zichen, the latter's pupil shrank. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes as he turned around and ran. Chapter 1948. Damn it, why is he here? The heaven-defying cultivator saw Zichen, but he was not happy or excited. Instead, he was filled with fear. If he encountered Zichen in a one-on-one situation, he would only die faster. Before coming here, he had deliberately deduced that several years had passed since the last battle. During these years, Zichen should have left long ago. The most unlikely place to appear was this area. Perhaps Zichen had crossed several continents and gone to the first continent. But who would have thought that he would appear in the most unlikely place? As soon as he turned around and ran, the heaven-defying cultivator stopped and looked ahead in shock. Zichen stood in front of him, looking at him coldly. Facing Zichen, death was the only way out. The heaven-defying cultivator turned around and ran. Swoosh! Swoosh! In a flash of brilliance, the heaven-defying cultivator instantly changed directions. He only had one purpose, and that was to run. But every time he changed directions, Zichen would appear in front of him first. Go to hell! His speed was not as fast as Zichen's, so naturally he could not run away. The heaven-defying cultivator gritted his teeth and the heavenly weapon appeared in his hand. He slashed at Zichen. Boom! The energy light shot forward like a waterfall, splitting the mountain rocks and splitting the earth. The rumbling sound was constantly heard, and it was a scene of the end of the world. However, everything within the range of the energy attack had been split apart except for Zichen, who had been attacking, who had disappeared. Get lost! After the attack failed, the heaven-defying cultivator's expression changed. He immediately turned around and slashed behind him with the heavenly weapon. His expression was cold and fierce, and he decisively attacked because he sensed that Zichen had appeared behind him. Clang! His fierce attack was instantly blocked. The powerful energy formed a destructive wave that spread in all directions, turning into a huge black hole that spread out. When the heaven-defying cultivator saw clearly what had blocked his attack, his eyes immediately widened and were full of disbelief. In front of him, what blocked his heaven-defying cultivator's attack was Zichen's palm. The sharp blade slashed down, but was blocked by the palm. Unexpectedly, it only left a shallow cut on the palm. Such a powerful attack was blocked by a palm. This made the heaven-defying cultivator extremely shocked. Buzz! With one hand firmly grasping the celestial weapon, he struck the Defiant in front of him with his other hand. Unable to pull out the weapon, the Defiant could only let go of the celestial weapon and retreat. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands to form a defensive energy barrier. Boom! The golden palm moved forward, and the energy completely engulfed this heaven-defying being. By the time everyone arrived, Zichen had already disappeared, and so did the heaven-defying cultivator who had been guarding this place. The two of them disappeared without a trace. Only a destructive and heaven-defying energy was left in the field, constantly shaking in all directions. Let's go back and report. Go back quickly. Seeing that Zichen and the heaven-defying realm expert had disappeared, everyone could only return to the GZ domain and spread the news of Zichen's reappearance. As for Zichen, it was fine if he did not appear, but when he did, he displayed a thunderous aura. He had no intention of hiding his tracks at all. He continued forward, killing 4 heaven-defying cultivators in succession. By the time the other heaven-defying cultivators received the news and sent out a message telling the heaven-defying cultivators to deliberately avoid him, the number of heaven-defying cultivators who had died had already reached 5. Every day, news of Zichen would be sent back. As for whether these people who sent back the news would receive any rewards, that was another matter altogether. However, according to Zi Chen's trajectory, it was clear that he was heading straight for the 6th mainland. Let's go to the border and surround him. During these 5 years, the heaven-defying cultivators who had arrived at the 7th mainland had formed a heaven-defying alliance. They were the first to arrive at the border, preparing to surround Zi Chen there. Zi Chen's target was indeed the 7th mainland's border mountain range. That place was large enough that it would be difficult for a group of heaven-defying cultivators to surround him. Although he had been silent for 5 years during that time, Zi Chen had still been in a comatose state. He had not condensed any heaven-defying energy at all, so he naturally did not have the same bearing as when he had faced off against 20 heaven-defying cultivators. After killing 5 heaven-defying cultivators, Zi Chen arrived at the border of the 7th mainland, where he was easily discovered by others. After informing the heaven-defying cultivators, Zi Chen was surrounded by a group of heaven-defying cultivators. There were more than 40 heaven-defying cultivators in front of Zi Chen, and the ones in the lead all gave off powerful auras. According to Carl's description of the number of laws, the ones in front had clearly comprehended more than 30 laws. The group of heaven-defying cultivators also saw Zi Chen, and their expressions became solemn. This person, who was said to be the most likely person to defy the heavens, had used one glorious battle record after another to announce his strength to the world. However, as they sent out their senses, they found that Zi Chen's strength was not that great, which made them puzzled. Seeing the heaven-defying cultivators in front of him, Zi Chen was obviously startled. He did not expect to be blocked by so many heaven-defying cultivators. Since they had encountered each other, there was nothing to say. Zi Chen's eyes flashed coldly, and he released a powerful aura. All the heaven-defying cultivators were on guard. But in the next moment, a scene that made them dumbfounded appeared. They immediately turned around and ran away. Running away before the battle, it seemed that the situation was as serious as everyone had imagined. Everyone's expression changed, and they were slightly stunned. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase after him. The leader of the heaven-defying cultivators was the first to react, and he shouted with a gloomy face. Zi Chen's action was clearly beyond the expectations of all the heaven-defying cultivators, but after being stunned for a moment, they still chased after him. In front of the world's fastest speed, the possibility of these heaven-defying cultivators catching up to Zi Chen was not high, even if Zi Chen did not have the heaven-defying energy. However, in order to successfully break through the ranks of the heavenly soldiers with the divine dragon bow, Zi Chen naturally would not keep running like this. In the process of escaping, he deliberately sped up or slowed down. In short, when the heaven-defying cultivators could not catch up to him, he would turn back and kill more of them. Zi Chen successfully escaped into a forest. There were continuous mountain ranges, towering ancient trees, and all kinds of battle beasts living here. The aura was very heterogeneous and chaotic. Zi Chen's figure entered the forest, and his aura disappeared together with his figure. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind whistled, and the heaven-defying cultivators followed. After feeling Zi Chen's aura disappear, the leader frowned and said coldly, "Everyone, be careful in case of a sneak attack." Hearing this, a laugh came from behind. "Look at Zi Chen. He's like a rat crossing the street. Where did he get the courage to sneak attack us? I'm very suspicious. Is it a rumor that he killed more than 20 heaven-defying cultivators by himself?" "That's right. I've never seen such a cowardly, heaven-defying cultivator. He ran away before the battle even started." The other heaven-defying cultivators began to jeer and laugh, and their words were full of disdain for Zi Chen. Be careful. If you were dealing with so many heaven-defying cultivators, you would also choose to run away. There's nothing wrong with that. The leader of the heaven-defying cultivators still reminded them. He looked around and did not let down his guard. "Lao Li, you said it yourself. Anyone who sees our lineup has to run away. Do you think that Chen will dare to take the initiative to stop fighting us when he sees such a big lineup? Another sneer was heard, but at the same time a shrill scream was heard. The scream came from behind them. As they turned around, they saw a golden figure turn into a stream of light and fly away into the distance. It's Chen. Zhimu is gone. He killed Zhimu. Damn it. How dare he launch a sneak attack here? Chase him. Hurry up and chase him. The people who had been talking and laughing just now were now flustered and exasperated. Killing a heaven-defying cultivator in front of so many of them was obviously a slap in the face. And Chen, who they had been talking about before, had already disappeared without a trace. The crowd chased after him. During this time, everyone's face was very gloomy. Chen not only proved to them his speed, but also his strength. Since he could kill a heaven-defying cultivator silently, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. However, this forest was almost boundless. It was easier said than done to find a person. Chen's figure flashed once again, disappearing into the gloomy atmosphere. This time, without Lao Li's instructions, all the heaven-defying cultivators were full of vigilance and looked around. Bang! On the ground, the soil was flying. A light rushed out of it and swept in front of the heaven-defying cultivators with the speed of lightning. The knife in his hand suddenly flashed. Swoosh! The knife flashed past the heaven-defying cultivator's body. Then the golden light flashed again, and the heaven-defying cultivator disappeared. Chen turned into a stream of light and flew away. This was the second heaven-defying cultivator to die. Damn it! Go after him. Don't run. The heaven-defying cultivators of foreign races were flustered and exasperated, but they were not as fast as Chen and could not do anything to him. As Chen's figure disappeared again, Lao Li looked at the dense ancient trees around and said coldly, "Raise this place to the ground. Let's see how he will appear." Boom! 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 The violent energy disappeared, and the surrounding trees turned into dust and disappeared. The place was empty. The heaven-defying cultivators looked around vigilantly and scanned every inch of the ground with their spiritual senses, but they did not find anything unusual. He ran away. Lao Li's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said with annoyance. Soon they received new news that Chen had appeared in the depths of the border mountain range, so the heaven-defying cultivators chased after him again. At the same time, in the direction of the sixth mainland, there were also heaven-defying cultivators rushing over. They formed an encirclement and wanted to kill Chen. At the center of the border mountain range, the two sides finally met, and then an unprecedented battle broke out. In this battle, Chen killed 8 heaven-defying cultivators and broke out of the encirclement with a severely injured body, heading toward the sixth mainland. During this time, the heaven-defying cultivators kept chasing after him. During the process, Chen also hid and encountered danger many times. Chapter 1949. Bounty portraits of Chen had been posted in every corner of the Zhanwu continent. Whether it was the indigenous people or the invading aliens, for the sake of this generous reward, they were all using sensors to find Chen. It was not an exaggeration to say that Chen was now a public enemy. Along the way, Chen's trail was discovered again and again, and he was besieged time and time again. Fortunately, his physical body had become stronger this time, and his injuries were not as serious as before. Coupled with his intention to escape, he was able to persevere. The situation was the same when he arrived at the sixth mainland. After successfully escaping from a group of heaven-defying cultivators, before Chen could completely conceal himself, he was encountered again. Chen is here. I see him. I found Chen. He's here. Haha, I finally found Chen. I'm going to get my reward. In the dense forest, many excited cries rang out, and then one cultivator after another flew toward Chen. They knew that they were too weak. Even if they faced a heavily injured Zichen, they still had no chance of winning. So, they just followed without making a move. This included the alien races. Zichen turned around and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He saw that there were many cultivators following behind him. Their eyes were shining, staring at him as if he was a rare treasure. The sound of rushing wind came from behind. The alien race, heaven-defying cultivators had caught up, and their powerful auras enveloped the world. Cursing in his heart, Zichen turned around and left. Zichen, if you have the ability, fight me, Laoli, don't run away like a mouse. As soon as Zichen's figure disappeared, a loud roar rang out. A powerful, heaven-defying cultivator flew over. His name was Laoli, and he had been chasing Zichen from the 7th mainland. He was the leader of the 7th mainland's heaven-defying cultivators and was not weak. Seeing Zichen disappear again, his face became extremely gloomy. He had been chasing Zichen for several months, but he could not catch him. Cowardly scoundrel. His cold voice resounded throughout the world. Laoli, I'll remember you. After I recover from my injuries, I'll look for you. A moment later, Zichen's voice was heard. The corner of Lao Li's mouth twitched as he recalled the power Zichen had displayed. The corner of Lao Li's eyes couldn't help but twitch as he said, "You won't have a chance to recover from your injuries." With everyone out to search for Zichen, it seemed like there was no chance for Zichen to find a quiet place to recuperate. On the other side, Lao Li had lost track of Zichen, but soon someone would send him a new location. While Lao Li led a group of heaven-defying experts from the 7th mainland in pursuit, there were also heaven-defying experts from the 6th mainland pursuing Zichen. Time passed as they fought, pursued, and escaped. Zichen's injuries became more and more serious. After entering the 6th mainland, he had been traveling through dense forests and mountain ranges. Normally, he would rarely see humans here, but now he could see one every few kilometers. When these people saw Zichen, they were all excited. Uffed! Coughing up blood again, Zichen entered a mountain range, followed by many humans. Because his injuries were too serious, Zichen's speed was not very fast. A group of cultivators followed behind him. He was already covered in wounds and looked very miserable. Among the cultivators chasing behind him, there were many Heaven Realm cultivators, but they did not dare to attack Zichen. A towering mountain appeared in front of Zichen's eyes. After seeing the mountain, Zichen's eyes shone brightly. Using the last bit of strength in his body, he accelerated towards the mountain. Swoosh! As soon as he landed on the mountain, Zichen's figure disappeared. Why is he gone? Everyone watched as Zichen disappeared, and they were slightly stunned. Chase! Then the others chased after him. However, just like Zichen, they disappeared as soon as they landed on the mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of cultivators disappeared from the mountain. This was Zichen's second time here. The last time, he came here with the Thunder sacred beast to get the heart of Thunderwings. This was a chaotic space-time containing many spatial worlds. The flow of time was also different. It was full of dangers, and he had to be careful not to get lost in this space. After arriving at this place, the heavenly Thunderwings automatically took control of Zichen's body and brought him through this chaotic space. The feeling of walking on flat ground made him feel as if he had returned home. While moving forward, Zichen could occasionally hear cries of surprise and pain coming from behind him. Of course, there were also some cursing voices. Zichen was indifferent to this. His expression was indifferent, without any pity, and he allowed the heavenly Thunderwings to carry him forward. Traveling through the space-time, Zichen felt the temperature around him getting higher and higher. It was as if the entire space was being roasted by flames. Finally, he came to a world filled with flames. The violent flames emitted scorching heat, like roaring fire dragons. This was Zi Chen's final destination. This place was filled with foreign flames that could threaten even the heavenly realm. Last time, he had refined his weapon here. This time, other than upgrading the divine dragon bow and divine dragon arrow, Zi Chen wanted to take away all the foreign flames here. Looking at the violent sea of flames in front of him, Zi Chen took a deep breath. He mobilized the little amount of heaven-defying energy in his body and slowly walked into the sea of flames. This was the foreign flames containing violent energy. Even someone of Zi Chen's level had to be careful when entering. Waves of heaven-defying energy surrounded his body, forming a defense. Zi Chen walked towards the center of the sea of flames. However, after just a few hundred meters, the scorching heat was almost unbearable for Zi Chen. With no other choice, Zi Chen could only choose to stop and take out the Universal Origin Cauldron. The Universal Origin Cauldron bobbed up and down in the sea of flames, releasing an ancient aura. Previously, Zi Chen had communicated with Cauldron Spirit. After the cauldron appeared, Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded, "Give me the materials." The materials for this upgrade were all from Defiance of the Heavens. They were also of the Defiance of the Heavens. Zi Chen casually took out pieces of glowing crystals. These crystals were the remains of Defiance of the Heavens after they died. In truth, when a cultivator reached the heavenly realm, their body would become a pure soul. Once they died, their energy before they died would become the attribute of the crystals they transformed into after death. Along the way, Zi Chen had obtained quite a lot of heaven-grade materials. As he did not know how to forge heaven-grade weapons, he had no choice but to take out all these materials. As for what attribute crystals to use for the upgrade, Cauldron Spirit was much more knowledgeable than him. Apart from that, Zi Chen also took out some Cauldron Spirits that had long been destroyed. These Cauldron Spirits would provide nourishment for the weapons after they were upgraded into heaven-grade weapons, helping the weapons to grow smoothly. At this moment, Zi Chen had chosen to take out everything because he was going to leave everything to Cauldron Spirit. What he needed to do was recuperate from his injuries, condense even more heaven-defying energy, and charge out of the battlefield. The cauldron was opened. All kinds of materials floated above the cauldron. They were being burned by the extraterrestrial fire over and over again, expelling impurities. As for the Dragon God's bow and Dragon God's arrow, they were also being fully calcined by the heavenly fire. For the sake of the bountiful rewards, those cultivators disregarded everything else and flew towards the mountain peak. One after another, their figures disappeared. Soon after, the Defiance led by Lori arrived. When they discovered the abnormality of the mountain peak, they stopped and stared at the mountain peak. After a while, one of the Defiants beside Lori said, "It's the entrance to the chaotic space-time." Lori nodded with a somewhat solemn expression. The other Defiants also had strange expressions on their faces when they heard that. The chaotic space-time contained many kinds of space-time. There were time distortions, space distortions, and extremely powerful exotic beasts. It could be said that it was full of dangers. Most importantly, once one got lost in it, one would never be able to get out. To a heavenly realm expert, this chaotic space-time was one of the few threats. I didn't expect that Zi Chen would be so lucky to enter a chaotic space-time. The Defiants all sighed. Such an unexplored, chaotic space-time was a dangerous place for everyone, so no one wanted to enter. Lori slightly frowned. He felt that Zi Chen entering such a place was very tricky. He was very unwilling to give up just like that. After all, Zi Chen was seriously injured. Now was the best time to kill him. Once he recovered, it would be very troublesome to injure him again. After hesitating for a long while, Lori finally decided to send Defiance in to see if they could kill Zi Chen. Of course, before that, Lori had to select some Defiants who were proficient in the Tao of Space. Not only would they have a higher chance of survival, they would also not get lost easily. They might even be able to find the correct path and lead the party in. Lori selected a total of 4 Defiants who were proficient in the Tao of space among the dozens of Defiants. The 4 of them entered the chaotic space-time with a great mission in mind. After leaving everything to the Cauldron Spirit, Zi Chen's figure flashed and returned to his own world. He once again arrived at the enormous Origin Sea. Looking at the boundless Origin Sea and sensing the endless and inexhaustible energy in it, any Heavenly Realm expert would be laughing in their sleep. However, at this moment, Zi Chen was wearing a wry smile on his face. The enormous amount of origin energy he possessed was indeed enviable. However, to convert all of it into defiant energy was undoubtedly a huge project that could not be completed in a short time. Now that the Defiants were eyeing him covetously and he had become the public enemy, what he needed the most was time. Zi Chen shook his head, cast away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and sat cross-legged. Before he could condense the new defiant energy, the first thing he had to do was to heal his injuries. As his body had been strengthened again, his injuries were not as serious as the last time. Zi Chen spent more than 10 days to expel the remnant defiant energy from his injuries and heal them. Chapter 1950. Zi Chen sat cross-legged in the air above the Origin Sea. Several of his avatars appeared around him as they condensed streams of heaven-defying energy. Zi Chen did not slack off in the slightest during the condensation process. However, the amount of heaven-defying energy he condensed was not as much as he wanted. Is there a place in this space-time where time flows faster? Zi Chen transmitted his spiritual thought while he was in the process of condensing the heaven-defying energy. If he could find a place where time flowed faster, then a day outside would be equivalent to a long time inside. Naturally, Zi Chen would be able to condense more heaven-defying energy. After a moment of silence, a voice sounded in Zi Chen's mind. There is indeed such a place. It is located in the depths of this chaotic space-time. I have been there once. However, I sensed some sort of dangerous aura and did not dare to venture too deep. There should be a very powerful existence in that place. The voice came from the heavenly Thunderwings. Before Zi Chen obtained the Heart of Thunderwings, the Heart of Thunderwings had stayed in this place for a very long time. It was very familiar with this chaotic space-time. A very powerful existence. How powerful? Zi Chen slightly bunched his brows. I'm not too sure about that. That existence only stays in that world and never shows himself. No one knows how powerful he is. Zi Chen pondered for a long time, but did not decide to take the risk. The chaotic space-time was filled with danger. Although Zi Chen's battle prowess was extremely strong, it was impossible to suppress him one-on-one unless a saint appeared. However, in the chaotic space-time, one had to be wary of the possibility of a saint appearing. Zi Chen did not intend to provoke that existence until he had sufficient heaven-defying energy. As time passed, the amount of heaven-defying energy revolving around Zi Chen gradually increased. The impurities in the energy crystals that Cauldron Spirit had carefully selected were being expelled bit by bit after being calcined by the heavenly fire. Cauldron Spirit was only there to condense weapons, not forge weapons. Therefore, many of the complicated forging processes could be completely omitted. All Cauldron Spirit needed to do was to inject the liquid crystal into the divine dragon by using a peculiar method. During this process, Cauldron Spirit would constantly feed the dragon soul in the divine dragon bow with cauldron souls. In order to upgrade the divine dragon bow, the first step was to raise the dragon soul to cauldron soul. The serum that Zi Chen had given him had long since obliterated its intelligence, making it the purest form of nourishment that the dragon soul could absorb without worry. It was just like how a cultivator had endless resources to enjoy. Even a cultivation idiot would be able to reach a very high level with so many resources. Furthermore, the dragon spirits in the Dragon God Bow and the Dragon God Arrow were extremely powerful. After being awakened by Zi Chen, they displayed extraordinary potential. It was only a matter of time before they reached the heavenly soul stage. Under the calcination of the extraterrestrial fire, the dragon god Bao had turned into a bao of liquid energy. Enveloped by many formations, the liquid energy did not disperse. All kinds of energy attributes were entangled within it, emitting resplendent radiance. After the extraterrestrial fire had extracted all the impurities, it would add those pure heaven-defying materials into the dragon god Bao to create a truly heaven-defying weapon. The dragon god arrow had also been melted into liquid. However, due to the formations within the arrow, the liquid did not disperse. Cauldron Spirit was multitasking. He skillfully manipulated the various heaven-defying materials. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. All the materials had been melted. It was time for the most critical step of upgrading the divine dragon Bao. Upon receiving the summons, Zi Chen appeared in the middle of the sea of flames. Skyblade was already in his hand, flashing with chilling light. He was in charge of guarding the divine dragon Bao. Cauldron Spirit began to inject heaven-grade materials into the dragon god Bao and dragon god Arrow. During this process, Cauldron Spirit appeared to be very cautious. It was apparent that upgrading the divine dragon Bao had put a lot of pressure on Cauldron Spirit. Zi Chen spread out his spiritual senses and vigilantly observed his surroundings. His eyes were also fixed on the process of the refinement. The refinement process was very slow. Even Zi Chen felt nervous. As one material after another was injected into the divine dragon Bao and dragon god Arrow, the radiance emitted by them grew brighter and brighter. When the last two materials were injected into the divine dragon Bao, Cauldron Spirit heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that the refinement had reached the final step, Zi Chen's expression also became much more relaxed. All of a sudden, the sea of flames in the surroundings started to roll and churn. As the flames surged wildly, a berserk aura filled the entire world. Not good. Upon sensing the abnormality, Zi Chen's expression changed abruptly. He turned his gaze to a certain part of the sea of flames. The flames that were rolling wildly. It was as though some enormous object was pushing through the sea of flames, forcibly pushing aside the flames in the middle of the sea of flames. With a jolt of energy, Zi Chen rose into the air. Streams of heaven-defying energy began to revolve around his body. After isolating himself from the heavenly flames, Zi Chen flew straight into the depths of the sea of flames. There, Zi Chen could clearly sense a powerful aura moving forward in the sea of flames. Its target was the divine dragon Bao and dragon god Arrow that were about to be completed. Whoosh! The instant Zi Chen rose into the air, he brandished his blade. A blade aura carrying the aura of heaven-defying energy appeared at one end of the surging sea of flames. When the blade aura landed, it carried with it an enormous pressure. The heavenly flames were pushed to the sides by the pressure, revealing the object that was moving through the sea of flames. This was a fire dragon that had successfully transformed. It was traversing through the flames when it suddenly sensed that the flames above its head had disappeared. It raised its head and looked up. The other party's eyes had already turned into a pure gold color and were filled with brutality. Poof! The blade aura instantly slashed down and landed on the fire dragon's head. Blood splattered. After the blood left the dragon's body, it turned into flames. The fire dragon was in pain. It couldn't help but roar. The dragon's body twisted, but it flew out of the flames and circled in the sky. From the deep wound on its head, dragon blood spurted out and turned into flames. A mere creature dares to loot a burning house. You're really courting death. Looking at the fire dragon that jumped out and sensing that it was only a heaven-level soul, Zi Chen couldn't help but snort coldly. The number of heaven-defying people he had killed had reached double digits, and the number of heavenly souls he had extracted was uncountable. Why would he care about a mere heaven-level fire dragon soul? In Zi Chen's eyes, it was just a fire dragon soul. But in the eyes of others, it was a pure heaven-level expert. It also had a physical body, powerful attacks, and sharp thinking. Hearing Zi Chen's disdainful tone, the fire dragon roared angrily. Its body released a powerful aura, and the dazzling flames became dazzling. The fire dragon had already exploded. The wound on its head also recovered in an instant. The void shook and flames swept across the sky. The fire dragon rushed towards Zi Chen with the flames. At this moment, Zi Chen was standing in front of the cauldron of all creation. He was also facing the fire dragon, looking at the furious fire dragon rushing towards him. His lips curled into a cold smile. He raised the heavenly blade in his hand high. The heaven-defying energy that made one's heart palpitate slowly poured into the heavenly blade. Chi, the heaven-defying energy, entered the long blade and shot out through the tip of the blade. The blade aura swallowed and spat out from the tip of the blade. The heavenly fire swept over, but it was blocked by the defense around Zi Chen's body. The fire dragon that came after opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Zi Chen alive. A cold light flashed in Zi Chen's eyes. The long blade in his hand trembled, and he slashed down. The chaotic void seemed to be shattered by this slash. The blade aura carried an unimaginable power as it slashed towards the fire dragon. The flames around the fire dragon instantly dissipated under the pressure of the blade aura, revealing the fire dragon's body. The blade aura slashed down, directly hitting the fire dragon's head. A painful dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. The fire dragon's huge body instantly turned into a huge ball of fire, rolling backwards. In the air, where the fire dragon was rolling, large balls of fire rain appeared, falling into the sea of fire below. That was the fire dragon's blood. After slashing out with his blade, Zi Chen did not pursue, but coldly looked ahead. The rolling fire dragon seemed to be a little stupid. It did not see how strong Zi Chen was, and only felt endless anger. "I'm going to eat you." A wound that was several times bigger than the previous one appeared on its head. That wound almost penetrated the entire dragon's head. The blood turned into flames and fell to the ground. Its expression was hideous, and its pair of golden dragon eyes were ferocious. The angry dragon paused in the air. Pure flame energy from the heavenly fire below floated away from the heavenly fire and went towards the fire dragon. The heavenly fire all fell on the fire dragon's head. As more flame energy poured in, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's worthy of being called the otherworldly fire. It can even expel the heaven-defying energy. Seeing this scene, Zi Chen could not help but be surprised. There was a remnant of heaven-defying energy in the fire dragon's wound, but it was expelled so easily. The wound healed quickly, but the anger in the fire dragon's eyes did not lessen. Its ferocious eyes stared coldly at Zi Chen, and it rushed towards Zi Chen for the second time. "You don't know what's good for you." Facing the fire dragon rushing towards him again, Zi Chen sneered. This time, more heaven-defying energy gathered on the long blade. Then, an even thicker blade light slashed towards the fire dragon. Puff! This attack was much more powerful than the previous one. It directly cut open the fire dragon's head. However, the fire dragon did not die. As a living creature, it had an unimaginable vitality. However, in its golden dragon eyes, there was no ferociousness and brutality. There was only infinite fear. The fire dragon retreated, wanting to escape. However, at this moment, the heaven-defying weapon, Dragon God Bao, finished upgrading. The Dragon God Bao was drawn naturally, and a loud dragon roar resounded from the Dragon God Bao. Then, the Dragon God Arrow teleported and appeared on the Dragon God Bao. In an instant, the Dragon God Bao was pulled into a full moon shape. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and the Dragon God Arrow shot out, heading straight for the fire dragon. Chapter 1951. The true dragon, formed by the feather of the arrow, swallowed the injured fire dragon in one gulp. In the sky, the roar of the dragon resounded, and the energy of heaven and earth shook violently. The surface of the true dragon's body suddenly glowed red, and a scorching heat was emitted, as if it wanted to break through the true dragon's body. Roar! The resounding dragon roar turned into a painful dragon roar. The true dragon's body kept rolling in the sky, slapping the space, and creating a rumbling sound. The fire dragon seemed insignificant in front of Zichen, because Zichen was a heaven-defying expert. He had condensed the heaven-defying energy in his body before, and this energy could block the invasion of the fire dragon and suppress it. If not for Zichen, even a heaven-defying expert who was not very strong might not be able to resist the soul of the fire dragon that was formed by the heaven-defying expert. At this moment, the dragon god's arrow wanted to forcefully devour the fire dragon in order to strengthen itself. Naturally, it was suffering a great deal of pain. At this moment, there was a very subtle connection between the two of them. That is, if you can't devour the other, you will be devoured by the other. Seeing the dragon god arrow in pain, Zichen did not hesitate anymore. His body soared into the sky and stood above the dragon god arrow. He raised his hand and waved it forward. A large amount of heaven-defying energy scattered in the sky like a light rain. It turned into threads of energy and fell on the dragon god arrow's body, and then poured into it. As the threads of heaven-defying energy entered the dragon god arrow's body, the dragon god arrow was able to devour the fire dragon formed by the heaven-defying expert. Zichen stood in the sky, and his heaven-defying energy continued to pour out. The dragon god arrow's trembling frequency gradually decreased, and the pain in the dragon's roar was also weakening. Time passed, and the blazing energy on the surface of the dragon god arrow did not dissipate. Instead, it became even hotter. Pieces of dragon scales fell off rapidly, and new dragon scales grew. The dragon scales were fiery red, and the heat they produced was like the heaven-defying expert below. Zichen nodded with satisfaction at this scene. Obviously, after devouring the fire dragon, the dragon god arrow had undergone a transformation. It had the attribute of the heaven-defying expert, and its power had undoubtedly increased. Thank you, Master. A spiritual thought sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness, and its words were full of gratitude. Hearing the sound of the divine dragon arrow, Zichen nodded. This was a chaotic space. Hence, after the heavenly soldier was formed, it would not cause any changes to the world. The origin source would not acknowledge it. When the true dragon saw Zichen nod, its huge body turned back into a dragon god arrow and floated in front of Zichen. Zichen reached out and grabbed the dragon god arrow. Even though it had already recognized him as its master, he could still feel the heat coming from his palm. This heat felt like it was going to burn his palm. The corners of Zichen's mouth curled into a smile. He believed that as long as he went out again, those heaven-defying cultivators would definitely be shocked. Buzz. On the other side, the divine dragon bow trembled slightly and floated towards Zichen. Zichen held it in his hand. Zichen could clearly sense the two heavenly souls in it. Although the bow and arrow were considered a heavenly soldier, he could still regard them as two heavenly soldiers. Satisfied, Zichen put away the bow and arrow. His gaze fell on the otherworldly flames again. This was a necessary flame for refining a heavenly soldier. Even with Zichen's physical body, if he did not have a defense formed by heaven-defying energy, he would be burned into an energy attribute crystal by the otherworldly flames. Not only was this a powerful flame for refining weapons, but it could also be used to attack. It was not an exaggeration to call it a supreme treasure. Of course, Zichen had no intention of letting go of such a good thing. With a thought, the origin cauldron trembled and suddenly enlarged. Then, a huge suction force came from the mouth of the cauldron. This suction force spread out and enveloped the otherworldly flames in all directions. Then, a huge vortex appeared at the mouth of the cauldron. Under the guidance of the vortex, the otherworldly flames began to frantically gather in the origin cauldron. When he entered this chaotic space, Zi-Chan intended to upgrade his heavenly soldiers and collect the heavenly flames while escaping from the pursuit of the heavenly deities. Now he just needed to find a safe place to condense more heaven-defying energy. After all the otherworldly flames were collected, the space became extremely empty. At the same time, the space became extremely unstable and began to distort violently because of the loss of the otherworldly flames. Master, you have to leave. Without the otherworldly flames, the balance of this space has been broken. It's about to disappear. Hearing the voice from Lei Yi, Zi-Chan nodded. His figure flashed and disappeared from this space. At the same time, the origin cauldron shook violently and followed after Zi-Chan. During this process, the origin cauldron kept shrinking until it was the size of a palm and fell into Zi-Chen's hand. It was indeed a supreme treasure. After absorbing so much otherworldly flames, Zi-Chen could not feel the slightest bit of heat from the origin cauldron when he held it in his hand. Carefully putting away the origin cauldron, Zi-Chen clearly had another great method to deal with the heavenly deities. Feeling the abundant, heaven-defying energy in his body, Zi-Chen walked out of the space and said after pondering for a moment, "Let's go and meet that dangerous guy." With the successfully upgraded mystical dragon bow, the otherworldly flames, and the heaven-defying energy, as long as he did not meet a saint, Zi-Chen could do whatever he wanted. Therefore, he wanted to see the existence in the depths. Of course, even if the other party was a saint, Zi-Chan was confident that he could escape unscathed with Lei Yi leading the way. Lei Yi then led Zi-Chan through various spaces and into the depths of the space. As they advanced, Lei Yi would stop from time to time, stopping several times before turning back. He appeared to be very careful. During this period, when Zi-Chan passed by certain spaces, he also felt some very dangerous auras. "Master, that place is in the space up ahead." Lei Yi's heart transmitted to him when they arrived outside a huge space. Separated by the space barrier, Zi-Chan could still feel an obscure fluctuation of time. The flow of time in this space was indeed very fast. Zi-Chan conservatively guessed that it should be 1 to 10. In other words, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 10 days in here. At the same time, it also indicated that the speed at which Zi-Chan condensed the heaven-defying energy here would be 10 times faster than in the outside world. "All right, this is the place." Nodding his head, Zi-Chan was very satisfied with this place. His figure flashed as he walked in. Zi-Chan, who had entered, was not overly cautious. He was only borrowing this small space, so of course he did not want to start a fight. Therefore, he walked in naturally and at the same time expressed that he did not have any malicious intentions. Rich spiritual energy rushed over, and within this spiritual energy, there was a mixture of the fragrance of flowers and plants, which made people feel comfortable. Zi-Chen was standing in a valley full of all kinds of strange flowers and plants, releasing rich spiritual energy. Looking around, there were rivers and forests outside the valley. With his spiritual sense, this place was like a miniature version of a complete world. In the valley, a small stream meandered through. Zi-Chan landed beside the stream, and after making some simple arrangements around the valley, he sat down cross-legged. When he came to this world, he could indeed feel a strong aura. He did not deliberately investigate the aura, but he clearly felt that it was not the aura of a saint. As long as it was not a saint, there would not be too much trouble. That was why Zi-Chan dared to stay in the valley so casually and immediately condensed the heaven-defying energy. Just as Zi-Chan condensed the first heaven-defying energy, an obscure wave of heaven-defying energy fluctuated in all directions. This wave of fluctuation was very weak. After a certain distance, even a heaven-defying device might not be able to sense it. However, several thousand miles away, that terrifying existence sensed that heaven-defying fluctuation. This is a heaven-defying aura. Another heaven-defying existence has appeared in this world. After the sleeping existence sensed this aura, he woke up. As he stood up, his mountainous body caused the ground to tremble. It was as if there was an earthquake, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Damn thing! How dare you come to my territory? You're courting death. Following an angry roar, a demonic shadow flashed with rolling black gas, rushed into the sky, carrying a crazy evil aura, and went straight to the valley where Zi-chan was. A chilly wind blew in the valley, and the spiritual flowers bowed their heads in the chilly wind, scattering their pollen. The fragrance in the valley grew stronger, but the temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees, and it was a little cold. Zi-chan, who had closed his eyes to condense the heaven-defying energy, clearly felt that the evil aura had become much stronger. He opened his eyes, and a bitter smile flashed in his eyes. He only wanted to use this place to condense the heaven-defying energy and did not want to fight. But from this evil aura, he felt that this matter was not going smoothly. After getting up, Zi-chan looked around the valley. The environment here was very good, and he did not want to destroy this place. His figure flashed, and he rose into the sky, quietly waiting for the evil aura to approach. In the sky, a large black cloud was rolling, and in the middle of the black cloud there was a huge monster. It had the body of a human and the head of a beast. There were 2 curved horns on its head, and its eyes were cold and blood-red. Its face was rough, and its nostrils were big, and 2 fangs were protruding out of its mouth. Its aura was very evil, but its appearance was a little strange. It should be a mutant. From afar, this mutant saw Zi-chan, and its blood-red eyes were cold. "Kid, you're the one who trespassed on my territory." Feeling the other's heaven realm aura, Zi-chan nodded and said, "I'm Zi-chan. I'm only here to cultivate for a while. I don't have any other intentions." "Humph, you ignorant brat. You came to my territory. Could it be that you have other intentions?" This mutant snorted coldly, and 2 gusts of air came out of its nostrils. The gusts of air spread to the left and right, forming 2 storms. Zi-chan was slightly startled. He took a deep breath and said, "I don't have any other intentions. I just want to stay here for a while." "Scram, you're not welcome here." Zi-chan's good temper was almost worn out. He glanced at the other and said indifferently, "What if I don't leave?" The mutant said coldly, "If you don't scram, you'll die here." Chapter 1952. Even Zi-chan couldn't recognize this mutant. His domineering personality annoyed Zi-chan. Looking at the demon chi sweeping towards him, he waved his hand and said, "Well, since you're asking for a beating, I'll fulfill your wish." Shameless boasting. Cold light shot out from the mutant's blood-red eyes, and the billowing demon chi was about to sweep towards Zi-chan. Buzz! On Zi-chan's body, heaven-defying energy trembled, and an invisible barrier appeared in front of him, blocking the sweeping demon chi. It was like a surging flood meeting a solid dam. No matter how the flood surged, it couldn't advance any further. The mutant wasn't surprised that the billowing demon chi was stopped. As a heaven-defying cultivator with heaven-defying energy, he might as well kill himself if he didn't have such means. Bang! The light barrier that blocked the flood suddenly shattered, and a fist of demon chi broke through the barrier and went straight to Zi-chan's face. As the fist of demon chi came, the energy surged and blew Zi-chan's long hair, revealing his handsome face. "Go to hell!" Seeing the calm expression on his handsome face, the mutant sneered in his heart. His punch was full of power. Since he dared to ignore him, he had already concluded that this guy would suffer for his arrogance. Just as the fist of demon chi was in front of him, Zi-chan moved. He used the same method to fight back. His right hand clenched into a fist, and golden light surged. He punched out without accumulating power. Bang! The two fists collided in an instant, and the two kinds of energy kept colliding, bursting out with a series of explosions. A terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. When the two fists collided, the mutant's expression changed at first, and then he saw a cold smile on the face of the heaven-defying cultivator opposite him. The next moment, a huge force emerged. The mutant's expression changed instantly, and the huge force swept his body and sent him flying backward. In the process of flying backward, the billowing demon chi around him dissipated in an instant as if it had met its nemesis. Looking at the huge figure that was sent flying backwards, Zi Chen revealed a faint smile. His eyes flashed with disdain. This guy looked mighty and domineering, but when it came to a real fight, he was nothing special. The Xenogeniac stomped its feet in the sky, and its face looked angry. It shouted at Zi Chen, "Kid, you have pissed me off. I am going to kill you today." He once again took the initiative to charge at Zi Chen, but in the process of charging forward, a giant axe appeared in his hand. This axe was very large, and even with his huge body, he still needed to use both hands to hold it. Billowing devil chi rushed out of his body again, and through the devil chi, he looked at the pair of blood-red eyes, which looked very evil. Seeing the stronger Xenogeniac, Zi Chen looked serious. His body shone with a golden light, and a power that defied the sky appeared. A strong presence was released from his body. Feeling that Zi Chen's presence was much stronger than before, the Xenogeniac's pupils shrank, but he did not fall back. Instead, he held the giant axe and swung it at Zi Chen. The domineering aura that descended from the sky caused a glint to flash across Zi Chen's calm eyes. However, he did not wait for the attack to land before throwing out a punch. The bright golden light of the fist pierced through the billowing demon chi and landed on the giant axe. Boom! The moment the two energies collided, there was a loud explosion that shook the sky. Then, the light of the fist shattered and turned into a scary power. The giant axe, which was coming down with a powerful force, exploded with the light of the fist. The huge impact sent the Xenogeniac's body flying backward. Seeing the Xenogeniac fly backward again, Zi Chen shook his head and said, "You look good, but you are useless. I don't know where your courage comes from. Don't you even have a celestial weapon?" The giant axe just now was just a manifestation of energy. It was not a real celestial weapon. The Xenogeniac stabilized his body, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He knew very well the power contained in his two attacks. He had already defeated most of the heavenly realm. Even the sky-defying ones would have suffered a little. However, his opponent had not used a celestial weapon from beginning to end. Even his expression was so calm. Knowing what a sky-defying one was, the Xenogeniac knew that he had encountered a tough opponent. As his expression changed, the demon chi that had just dissipated filled up again. However, this time, the demon chi did not attack. Instead, it completely covered the Xenogeniac and then dissipated at the fastest speed. Looking at the Xenogeniac in front of him, a look of surprise flashed across Zi Chen's face. His expression changed drastically. In front of him, the huge figure from before had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a completely different appearance. The other party's body was covered in fine black scales. Although it still had blood-red eyes, the two horns on its head had disappeared. Its face had also undergone a huge change. If one were to take that fella from before as a mutant cow, then this fella before him would be an ape. They were not even of the same species. Looking at him, Zi Chen naturally thought of the demon ape. Both of them looked exactly the same. "Lad, watch how yours truly will beat you up today." Even though his appearance had changed, his voice and tone were the same. Otherwise, Zi Chen would definitely think that this was not the same being from before. After all, the aura of the two of them were completely different. To think that there would be a xenogeniac in this world that can change at will. The shock on his face slowly dissipated. However, the curiosity on Zi Chen's face did not diminish. A long black staff appeared in the hands of the black ape. The surface of the staff was engraved with mysterious runes. As the energy of the other party was injected into the staff, the entire rune lit up. This is... Looking at this familiar scene, Zi Chen was shocked. He had often seen this kind of attack from the demon ape. Not only did the other party look like the demon ape, even his attack methods and weapon were similar. It was as though he was another demon ape. Go to hell for yours truly. The black ape roared out as the gigantic black staff slammed down from the skies, bringing with it a strong aura. This strike was way stronger than the one he had used against the bull monster earlier. Even for a heaven-defying being like Zi Chen, he could feel the threat. Therefore, with a flash of light, Heaven's blade appeared in his hands. Just as Zi Chen was about to use Heaven's blade to defend against the attack, the black ape suddenly slapped out at Zi Chen. This was a palm strike from the air. There was no powerful energy contained within the palm strike. Instead, there was a mysterious energy that appeared out of nowhere and coiled around Zi Chen's body. This is the demon ape's confinement, mystic power. Zi Chen had seen this move way too many times. However, this was the first time he was experiencing it for himself. Therefore, he was startled. The energy that was coiling around his body formed a mysterious rune instantly. As though his body was being confined, Zi Chen's energy was being drained rapidly. As for Heaven's blade, which was about to strike out, the glow on it was dissipating rapidly as well. Buzz. Heaven-defying energy rushed out from Zi Chen's body, instantly dispersing the rune restriction. The energy in his body was once again replenished. He slashed at the black staff that was just inches away from him. Seeing Zi Chen break free from the mystic power's confinement mystic power in an instant, the black ape's face was filled with shock. The black staff in his hand did not slow down, but his head tilted slightly. Puff! With a slash of the blade, the black staff was cut in half. The blade light brushed past the black ape's face. After dodging the attack, the black ape's blood-red eyes were filled with lingering fear. He kept retreating. You're not a sky-splitting battle ape. How can you use the sky-splitting battle ape's mystic power? After that slash, Zi Chen did not pursue. Instead, he looked at the black ape coldly. The demon ape's confinement mystic power was a bloodline power. It could not be taught. Otherwise, Zi Chen would have learned it long ago. However, this guy was clearly not a sky-splitting battle ape. Yet he knew the sky-splitting battle ape's mystic power. Moreover, if it wasn't for his heaven-defying energy, he would have been hit by the black ape's attack. This guy was not a heaven-defying cultivator, but his combat strength was not weaker than a heaven-defying cultivator. In fact, he was even stronger than some heaven-defying cultivators. You're shocked, aren't you? I still have many tricks up my sleeve. Watch carefully. With a sinister smile, the black ape's body began to flicker. He displayed another extreme speed mystic power of the sky-splitting battle ape. Kid, I admit that you're strong. However, in front of my extreme speed, you're simply, the black ape sneered. His body kept circling around Zi Chen, waiting for an opportunity to attack. However, before he could finish speaking, his vision blurred. A blade light was already in front of him. Seeing the sudden appearance of the blade light, the black ape's face was filled with shock. He did not see how the blade appeared. The long staff instantly appeared in front of him to block the attack. Then the black ape retreated. However, Zi Chen's attack was too fast and powerful. The long staff was cut in half in an instant. Then it went straight for the black ape. Seeing that the blade light was about to catch up to the retreating black ape, a fierce look flashed through the black ape's face. Clang! A bright light appeared in front of the black ape and blocked the blade light. The black ape's body was sent flying again. This time he kept coughing up blood. The bright light appeared too quickly and disappeared too suddenly. Chen did not see it clearly. However, he felt that it should be a real heaven-grade weapon. Instead of using a heaven-grade weapon, he kept manifesting energy weapons. Chen could not figure out this guy's actions at all. However, no matter what the other party was, as long as he completely convinced him, he would naturally be able to figure it out. Having made up his mind, Chen did not give this mutant any more chances. His figure flashed and appeared above the black ape. Then, he stepped on the black ape's chest. Pum! Before the black ape could stabilize his body, he was trampled to the ground by a strong force. However, just as he reached the top of the valley, a solid light shield appeared and blocked his body. This valley was not bad. Chen decided to cultivate here in the future. Naturally, he had to protect this place. Damned brat, this lord! After coughing up blood, the black ape stood up. His eyes were filled with fear. He saw that Chen was already standing in front of him and looking at him with a smile. Pum! Chapter 1953. Boom! The golden fist smashed heavily on the black ape's head. The latter's head was slightly raised, and its body was sent flying again, blood splattering everywhere. Chen did not use any heaven-defying power, so the black ape was not killed by him. Even its head did not explode. With a slight smile, Chen rushed forward again. After arriving in front of the black ape in an instant, he kicked out. The air was torn apart, and the black ape was kicked out of the valley, landing heavily in a small stream. Damn it, kid! You have completely angered me. The stream splashed everywhere, and the black ape was furious. Its red eyes were filled with murderous rage. Black light lingered around its body, and the mutant transformed again. This time, it became a ferocious and terrifying black dragon. Except for its blood-red eyes, it was almost identical to a black dragon. Roar! The loud dragon's roar resounded through the world, and the dragon's might spread everywhere with a terrifying power. Could it be another dragon's magic? Looking at the mutant that had transformed into a black dragon again, Chen's face showed a hint of surprise. Normally, he could sit down and watch the other party's performance, but now was not the time. The foreign tribes were eyeing him covetously, and he did not have much heaven-defying power left in his body. In addition, this guy had endless transformations. If he held back, he might get himself killed. Swoosh! The heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back, and Chen turned into a stream of light, immediately rushing toward the black dragon. In an instant, he was in front of it, and Chen slashed down with his saber with great power. Get lost! The black dragon roared, and the energy around its body tumbled. Its sharp dragon claws slashed at Chen, and at the same time, its swinging dragon tail appeared behind Chen, whipping toward Chen's waist. Puffed! On the sky blade, heaven-defying energy emerged, and the already sharp sky blade became even sharper. The blade flashed, and in an instant it swept past the dragon's claws. At the same time, Chen turned around, and the sky blade's light, which had not dissipated, slashed toward the dragon's tail. Pooh! The soft voice sounded again, followed by a painful dragon roar. The black dragon that had just appeared was immediately sent flying backwards. As it flew backwards, one of its claws and a section of its tail were left behind. The black dragon was in pain, and it kept rolling in the sky. As it kept cursing, the black light around its body lingered again. In the next moment, it transformed into a mutant with a dragon head and a tiger body. It looked very much like the Dragon Tiger Supreme Beast. The materialized Longhu Supreme Beast had a complete body, complete with claws and a tail. As for the part that Chen had cut off earlier, it had turned into energy and dissipated. However, From the twitching corners of its eyes, it was obvious that it was still in pain even after its complete body. Longhu opened his mouth, and the roar of dragons and tigers resounded throughout the world. However, before he could launch an attack, Zichen's swift slash almost split his opponent's head in two. Then, Longhu retreated and transformed into a devouring sky wolf. It immediately used the devouring sky technique on Zichen. Zichen stood in the sky, his body shining with golden light. A heaven-defying energy surrounded his body, causing him to be firmly fixed in the air. The devouring sky technique couldn't do anything to him. Swoosh! The devouring sky wolf shook its body and changed again. This time, it turned into a huge snake. The snake had horns on its head, and its aura was vast. Although Zichen couldn't name it, he knew that this huge snake wasn't any weaker than the devouring sky wolf from before. This mutant's transformation methods were endless. The innate divine powers that it used were almost comparable to heavenly path spells. This was something that many heavenly realm cultivators yearned for, but he could do it easily. Normally, he would have defeated his opponent with his many methods. However, his opponent today was Zichen, who is known as the strongest heaven-defying cultivator. Although he didn't have as many methods as his opponent, his attacks were very powerful. All the attacks were cut down by Zichen with a single slash. All powerful, innate, divine abilities would lose their effectiveness as long as they encountered Zichen. As the battle continued, there was finally a hint of shock in the mutant's blood-red eyes. The anger had long disappeared. With a shake of his body, he transformed into an eagle. There was a golden crown on the eagle's head, and a pair of sharp, blood-red eagle eyes stared intently at Zichen. Zichen had consumed a lot of energy, and his heaven-defying energy was running out. Seeing his opponent transform again, he put away his long saber. With a flash of light, the dragon god bow and dragon god arrow appeared in his hands. A loud dragon roar resounded in the world. Zichen pulled the bow and arrow. His body shone with golden light as he poured his origin energy into it and slowly pulled the dragon god bow. He didn't add any heaven-defying energy to the dragon god bow because there wasn't much of it left. He couldn't waste it, so he could only use the dragon god bow to deal with his opponent. Buzz! The bowstring trembled. The dragon god bow, which was pulled to a full moon, was released. The dragon god arrow went straight for the golden-crowned eagle in the sky. Seeing the arrow coming, a hint of fear flashed in the eagle's sharp eyes. It flapped its wings, trying to get rid of the arrow that made it feel fear. But it was useless. The dragon god arrow had locked onto its vitality. There was no way to dodge it. Uffed! The arrow directly pierced through the eagle's body. Along with the eagle's blood and feathers, it spilled into the sky. In the shrill scream, the golden-crowned eagle disappeared. In the sky, another existence similar to the golden rock appeared. But this time, the golden rock's eyes were filled with fear. It turned around and tried to escape. "You didn't leave just now. Now you can't leave." A cold voice sounded. The dragon god arrow returned to the dragon god bow, which was pulled to a full moon. Then another arrow was shot. Buffed! The escaping goldenrock's body was directly pierced. Blood rained down from the sky. This time, the goldenrock's voice was even more shrill. That was because the dragon god arrow had not only pierced through its body. The remaining presence of the outer sky fire was burning its soul. Its body changed again, but it was useless. The dragon god arrow was still following it. The Xenogeneiac's red eyes looked scared. Seeing the power of the upgraded dragon god bow and dragon god arrow, Zichen was very satisfied. That kind of attack was already very strong. If Zichen added the power of the dragon god arrow, he believed he could easily kill the Xenogeneic. The Xenogeneiac's injuries were getting worse, and its running speed slowed down. Zichen flashed and chased after it. He punched and kicked the Xenogeneic. During this time, the Xenogeneic kept changing its appearance. Zi Chun thought that this change would lessen its injuries or even offset them. Pang! When Zi Chen's fist landed, the Xenogeneic changed again. But when he saw its image, Zi Chen's face looked angry. Previously, the other party had transformed into either the sky-splitting battle ape or the Longhu supremacy. Clearly, they were both true experts. However, it seemed like they were on the verge of death. Either that, or they were deliberately provoking others. What appeared in front of him was a round piggy. But this one was different from an ordinary piggy. Its eyes were red, and there was a horn on its forehead. 2 fangs protruded from its mouth, and its body was covered in spots. It wasn't just a piggy. It was a mixed fur spotted pig. Zi Chin thought this was purely to disgust him. Go on, don't you know how to transform? Continue transforming. So, Zi Chin stepped forward and beat it up again. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. This is my real body. Let's talk nicely. Don't you want to use this place to cultivate? I'll lend it to you. This time, the Xenogeneic didn't change. Faced with Zi Chen's punches and kicks, it didn't act tough anymore. Instead, it kept begging for mercy. While beating it up, Zi Chen also looked at the spotted piggy. He found that the patterns on its body weren't pure colors. They were deliberately formed. When combined, they formed patterns. Moreover, the spotted piggy didn't have hair. Instead, it had scales of various colors. Piggies weren't even mutated beasts. They could barely be considered ferocious beasts. Because of their own characteristics, even if they were mutated, they wouldn't be too strong. That was because they had too few variables. However, the piglet in front of him had been able to fight Zi Chin for a long time. His battle prowess had even surpassed that of an ordinary heaven-defying realm cultivator. During this period, Zi Chun had also used an extremely strong power, but he still could not kill the piglet. It was obvious that this was an extraordinary Xenogeneic. Spare me! Spare me! We are together! Faced with Zi Chen's relentless attacks, the Xenogeneic kept begging for mercy. Even as it begged for mercy, it was still full of energy. It seemed that its injuries weren't too serious. Together? You know who I am, so come with me. Looking at this strange piggy, Zi Chen laughed coldly. I know you are a heaven-defying. You must have come here to hide from your enemies. I can help you, the Xenogeneic shouted. This guy knew about heaven-defying beings and guessed that he was being hunted. This made Zi Chen's eyes flash with surprise. Then he calmly asked, How do you want to help me? If they are hunting you, they will definitely come here. I can help you buy some time so that they won't find this place. Hearing this, Zi Chen smiled and said, If I beat you like this today, you won't be so kind. This is just a misunderstanding. We don't know each other until we fight. But why should I believe you? Hearing Zi Chen question him, the Xenogeneic's aura changed. He proudly said, Kid, go out and ask around. I am the great sage Yin Zhong. When have I ever gone back on my word? Zi Chen glanced at him and said, The great sage Yin Zhong is you. The Xenogeneic proudly said, Of course. When I was the great sage, you were still in God knows where. Ouch. Before the other party could finish his words, he was kicked and cried out in pain. Kid, I was the great sage. My words are holy. I always keep my word. When the Xenogeneic saw the cold glint in Zi Chen's eyes, he swallowed the threatening words he was about to say. Zi Chen coldly smiled and said, I'd be a fool to believe you. After that, without waiting for him to say anything else, Zi Chen grabbed him and threw him into the cauldron of all things. D****, kid. How dare you disrespect me? The Xenogeneic struggled in Zi Chen's grip, but Zi Chen ignored him. Suddenly, he saw the cauldron of all things, and he screamed, D****, what am I seeing? The universe cauldron of all things. D***, kid. Why do you have that? To be able to recognize Danding with a single glance, this guy really had good eyesight. but Zichen still threw him in. Chapter 1954. The flow of time in this space was 1 to 12 compared to the outside world. In other words, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 12 days in this space for Zichen. For Zichen's current situation, this place could be considered a treasure trove, condensing the heaven-defying energy at 12 times the normal speed. The amount of heaven-defying energy in Zichen's body was also constantly increasing. The environment in the valley was beautiful, and the scenery was enchanting. The rich spiritual energy was intoxicating. Everything was perfect, except for the occasional noise. Kid, let's make peace. You are a heaven-defying expert of this world, and I am a rare great saint. If you don't believe me, you can go out and ask around. Isn't the name of the Injong great saint well known like thunder? Once upon a time, this great saint fought and destroyed the world. The entire world trembled under my feet. As a heaven-defying expert, have you ever seen a foreign race? Let me tell you, back then, when I stepped on the foreign races, all of them prostrated themselves at my feet. Do you know the cauldron you used to trap this great saint? If you don't, this great saint will tell you. It's called the Universal Origin Cauldron, and its former owner was called Wuji. Although Wuji was quite famous, he was just a little kid in front of me. I just don't know why that little kid Wuji's Universal Origin Cauldron fell into your hands. But then again, kid, you're lucky that you used the Universal Origin Cauldron. If it were any other cauldron, you'd be dreaming if you thought you could trap this great saint. Beside Zichen was a small cauldron the size of a palm. At this moment, a voice rang out from within the cauldron. The voice spoke over and over again without getting tired of it. It was very noisy. You should know that you're a heaven-defying expert, right? But in your heart, you must think that heaven-defying experts are unique. This saying is both true and false. It just so happens that I know some secrets about heaven-defying experts. Do you want to hear them? The voice paused here. It was obvious that the piggy mutant was deliberately keeping him in suspense. Unfortunately, this was outdated news. Zichen already knew, so he ignored it. But then again, the other party had revealed a lot of secrets in the past few days. Although Zichen already knew all of them, he had to admit that this guy was very knowledgeable. Whether he was once a saint or not, at least he now had the knowledge of a saint. After spending time with him, Zichen realized that this piggy xenogeneic was quite special. It could burn for a very long time under the flames of outer sky without being destroyed. Although he kept screaming miserably and sounded very miserable, Cauldron's spirit clearly informed him that he was completely unharmed. Over the past few days, Zichen had been able to confirm that this piggy xenogeneic was the real body of the creature. When it revealed its real body, its body was able to withstand the heat of the outer sky fire. Even Zichen had to admit that he wasn't as good as it was. All right, this saint will tell you first. You can let this saint go after you listen to me. Seeing no reaction from Zichen, the piggy xenogeneic helplessly continued. Let me tell you, there is indeed a heaven-defying expert in the martial warrior continent. That includes the martial warrior continent, the demonic realm where the demon race resides, and some other worlds that aren't very big but are related to the martial warrior continent. As for the reason, although they are separated, they belong to the same world. This is a world, but it doesn't mean that there is only one world. Look up at the sky and see if you can see the stars. Let me tell you, every star is a world with heaven-defying experts. Everyone is a heaven-defying expert, and their combat power is about the same. But when those heaven-defying experts find out that you have been born, they will try to kill you. Although this saint is not a heaven-defying expert, I have killed one before. I know some of the secrets of the heaven-defying experts, and I can make them stronger. Let me out, and I will help you grow and stand at the peak of the heaven-defying experts. If it were any other time without knowing these secrets, Zichen might have really fallen for it. But having seen other heaven-defying experts, Zi Chen naturally wouldn't take it seriously. He was a heaven-defying expert. He knew very well that if he wanted to become stronger, he would have to completely transform his own heaven-defying energy. But what he was saying wasn't completely useless. Zi Chen, who was still sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. He looked at the cauldron and asked, "You are saying that the Zhan Wu continent and the Sky Martial continent are the same world. Is that why there is only one heaven-defying expert?" "Of course. Otherwise, there would be two heaven-defying experts." From the cauldron, the piggy Xenogeneiac's proud voice boomed. "These two places are so far apart. How could they be the same world?" Zi Chen asked again. He looked very confused. "Kid, let me tell you. This is a real secret. Not many people know about it, but I do. If you want to know very well, let me go," the piggy Xenogeneiac said. The piggy Xenogeneiac said he wasn't going to let this opportunity slip by. "You have no right to negotiate with me." Zi Chen coldly said, "Think about it. If you want to tell me, then hurry up. I won't be roasting the pig today. If you don't tell me, I'll give you double the time." "Kid, how dare you humiliate me like this? I'll remember this. If you let me out, I'll make you wish you were dead." The piggy Xenogeneiac's voice was filled with hatred. Zi Chen coldly smiled at this harmless threat. He said, "It's nice to think about it, but you won't be able to get out." "Good. You win, kid." From the cauldron, there was a voice that sounded like it was deflated. Without the master's permission, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to get out of the cauldron of things. The piggy Xenogeneiac sighed and said, "This involves the secrets of the world. It is said that in this endless world, the Sky Martial continent was the first to appear. Then, the Sky Martial continent gave birth to other worlds. I don't know what happened in between, but the Sky Martial continent and the Zhan Wu continent were one. The other worlds were forcefully separated and became independent worlds. If all the worlds are one, then who separated them? This was a real secret. Zi Chen had never heard of it before. He only knew there was the Sky Martial continent first, and then there was the Zhan Wu continent. He never would have guessed that the worlds in the sky above his head were all created by the Sky Martial continent. God race. The piggy Xenogeneiac's voice was very mysterious. Zi Chen was shocked. He asked God race, "Are there really gods in this world?" "I don't know if there are gods, but I do know that there are gods in this world." Although they were separated by the cauldron of things, Zi Chen could still hear the piggy Xenogeneiac's bleak voice. This time, he didn't call himself a saint. He sounded very sad. This made Zi Chen think that maybe he really was a great saint. Maybe the reason he had fallen so low was because of the god race he had never heard of. "What is the god race?" Zi Chen asked again. "You are too weak. Knowing this is pointless. As a skybreaker, you need to live well. Make yourself strong so you can step onto the star path. You know about the star path?" After he asked that, Zi Chen regretted it. The piggy Xenogeneiac knew everything. How could he not know about the star path? Perhaps it was because of his mood, but this time the piggy Xenogeneiac didn't make fun of him. The star path is the path of all Sky Realm elites. It is also the path that all those who defy the sky must take. If you want to protect this world, you must embark on the star path. You must seek greater power. Only there can you meet the gods and interact with them. Back then, the Azure Dragon Saint had also said that Zi Chen should enter the Star Road. In addition, when Qing Nu's clone dissipated, she had also said the same thing. It seemed that all Heaven Realm experts would eventually enter the Star Road. What is on the star path? Danger. Opportunity. Maybe it was because of the god race, but the piggy Xenogeneiac didn't seem to be in a good mood. He stopped bragging and didn't even want to talk anymore. Zi Chen almost believed that this was the Holy One. Plus, he had learned some secrets, so he didn't want to roast him like a suckling pig, even if Sky Fire couldn't do anything to him. But Zi Chen wouldn't let him out just like that. That was because Zichen didn't really trust him. He was very strong, and Zichen wasn't going to let him make an enemy out of nothing. While the world was gathering power that defied the sky, Zichen let out the Thunderwing heart. He let it stand guard outside to see if the sky breakers were coming. The sky breakers were very smart. They were strong, so it was impossible to make them give up. Zichen guessed that they were trying to explore this chaotic space. Zichen guessed correctly. The sky breakers didn't just come in, but they also familiarized themselves with the environment. They set a few coordinates and brought the other sky breakers in. Dozens of sky breakers entered the chaotic space and started to look for Zichen. However, the leader, Lao Li, and the other youth with decent battle prowess did not enter. The two of them stayed outside and were responsible for guarding the exit in case Zichen suddenly rushed out from the chaotic space-time. Lao Li's expression turned ugly as he watched another heaven-defying warrior retreat with serious injuries. Exploring the chaotic space and time wasn't going well at all. Although no sky breakers died, a few were seriously injured. They had to leave the search and go back to heal. Even powerful heaven-defying cultivators would be injured after entering this place. As for the humans and outsiders who had rushed in for the rewards, only a few of them were able to return safely. The others were either lost in this place or died here. The search continued, and as more sky breakers came, they started to get familiar with the place. They started to go deeper. Master, this is not good. They are coming. They are coming to this world. When the Thunderwing heart noticed the sky breakers, it immediately came back to report. At this time, Zichen had only been practicing there for 2 months. How long until they get here? Zichen opened his eyes. Chapter 1955. The half a month that the Thunderwing heart mentioned referred to the time in the outside world. If they were in this world, Zichen would have half a year. For a cultivator at Zichen's level, half a year was too short. If he did not think of a way to delay, he would have to fight again in half a year. Along the way, he had fought many battles, and the against the heavens energy was never enough. Although Zichen was not afraid of fighting, he did not want to fight so soon. He did not want to live such a tight life. After thinking for a while, Zichen looked down and suddenly saw the universal origin cauldron. Only then did he remember that there was an existence not weaker than the against the heavens sealed inside. With a thought, the lid of the cauldron opened automatically. A beam of light rushed out and turned into a piggy. The Injong Grand Sage was about to brag about some things as usual, hoping to get out. However, before he could open his mouth, he saw a beam of light above his head. A wave of energy fell on his body, and then his eyes lit up. He left the cauldron and returned to the outside world. The Injong Grand Sage was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He transformed into a ferocious black tiger. Zichen didn't say anything as he watched Piggy's body disappear in an instant. During this period of time, he almost believed that Piggy was once a saint. As for whether or not he was a great saint, that was still to be determined. Seeing the Piggy still not moving after turning into a black tiger, Zichen smiled and said, "I thought you would run." The saint who had turned into a black tiger could not help but laugh. "Who do you think I am? Brat, you let me out without saying anything. You must have something to ask of me." Zichen had long since experienced the Piggy's intelligence. He did not argue and said directly, "It's not a request. I just have something for you to do." "What right do you have to order me to do something?" The black tiger stared at Zichen, his eyes full of mockery. "You can choose to refuse, but the result will be to return to the universal origin cauldron. However, it will be difficult for you to come out next time." Standing up, Zichen looked at the black tiger and said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Black Tiger's expression began to change. He was clearly calculating the gains and losses. Zichen turned around. With his back facing the black tiger, he stretched his back and took in a deep breath. The fragrance of the spiritual flowers entered his nose. He closed his eyes, and an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. At this moment, it could be said that Zi Qin had left his entire back to Black Tiger. Black Tiger stared at Zi Chen's back, his expression constantly changing. "You don't have much time left." With his hands crossed behind his head, Zi Chen slowly turned around and smiled at Black Tiger. "Good lad, you win. Speak, what is it?" Black Tiger clenched his teeth and said coldly. It was obvious that he understood the situation. "You guessed correctly earlier. There are indeed people outside who want to kill me, and they are about to catch up. You need to stop them and stall for time." Pausing for a moment, Zi Chun stared into the Black Tiger's eyes and said, "When I say stall for time, I mean in the real world outside. You need at least a year." A year in the real world was 12 years in here. Although 12 years was still not enough for Zi Qin to condense all of his origin energy into heaven-defying energy, at least Zi Qin could save up a lot of heaven-defying energy to fight a longer battle. That's it. Hearing Zi Chen's words, Black Tiger was stunned and a little stunned. The matter seemed too simple. "That's it. I hope you can do it." Zi Qin nodded and said, "Kid, this matter is too simple. Don't talk about a mere 1 year. This saint here dares to declare that I will buy you at least 10 years of time. Who knows, if this saint is happy, I might even buy you 100 years of time." Black Tiger patted his chest and said confidently, 10 years was equivalent to 120 years in here. With such a long time, Zi Chan would be able to condense even more heaven-defying energy. If it was 100 years, then if Zi Chan was given 1,200 years to cultivate, Zi Chan believed that when he left here again, he would be the strongest heaven-defying person of the same level. However, such unrealistic thoughts should be kept in his heart and not taken seriously. After all, Black Tiger had to face groups of heaven-defying people of other races. Therefore, Zi Qin smiled and said, "Then it's up to you." After saying that, Zi Chun continued to sit cross-legged and condense the heaven-defying energy. Seeing that Zi Chun trusted him so much, Black Tiger's expression softened slightly. He turned around and walked out of the space. "Master, you have to trust him." After Black Tiger left, the heart of Thunderwings returned to Zi Chen's body and sent a message. "Although I don't really trust him, he probably won't harm me." Zi Chen opened his eyes and looked in the direction where Black Tiger disappeared as he said indifferently, "What if he just leaves? Or he colludes with other races to harm you?" The heart of Thunderwings was still a little worried. There are heaven-defying people of other races outside. He can't leave at all. As for colluding with other races, it seems very unlikely. Moreover, colluding with other races is even more impossible. Zi Qin smiled and closed his eyes again. He had already considered this problem before. The reason why other races could make him the enemy of the entire continent was not only because of their high-sounding words, but also because of the generous rewards after the ceasefire. This was the most important thing. However, if this piggy was a former saint, he naturally wouldn't care about these heaven-defying people. Moreover, these heaven-defying people didn't have anything he needed, so there was naturally no possibility of colluding with them. Time passed in the process of condensing heaven-defying energy. After about 3 months in this world, a fluctuation came from the spatial barrier. Then, Black Tiger turned into a stream of light and rushed out. His scarlet eyes were filled with anger. While he was still a distance away from Zi Qin, he shouted, "Boy, you want to kill this saint?" Zi Qin opened his eyes and looked at the flustered and exasperated Black Tiger. He smiled and said, "What do you mean by that?" Black Tiger said angrily, "The people chasing after you are all from other races and are even heaven-defying people of other races. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zi Qin smiled and said, "Don't you already know this? I remember you saying that those heaven-defying people will come to kill me after knowing of my existence." Black Tiger choked and couldn't say anything. Thinking of the words he said in the cauldron of all creation, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. There wasn't a single injury on his body. At most, he was a little startled. Black Tiger didn't care about it and carefully asked, "There are so many invaders from other races. Is there a large-scale invasion of other races?" Zi Chen's originally smiling face became somewhat gloomy after hearing this. He nodded and said, "That's right. Because of my appearance, the other races launched a full-scale invasion and caused a lot of slaughter." Seeing Zi Chen's appearance and feeling Zi Chen's disappointment, Black Tiger comforted him. "Boy, you don't have to blame yourself. This is fate. Even without you, the other races would still invade on a large scale. As for your appearance, it's just an excuse. You fought with these heaven-defying people, right? How do you feel?" After reorganizing his emotions, Zi Chen said, "It's not that great." "TCH, if it's not that great, why would you come here?" Black Tiger's face was full of disdain. "There are too many of them. Plus, everyone is looking for me. I had no choice but to come here after killing a few dozen of them." "You killed a few dozen of them? Are they heaven-defying experts of other races?" "No, they're heaven-defying experts of other races." Black Tiger, who was originally curious, immediately widened his tiger eyes and cried out, "Impossible! You can kill a few dozen heaven-defying experts alone." Looking at Black Tiger's shocked expression, Zi Chen casually said, "Why not? It's very easy. I killed them almost instantly." The more casual Zi Chen was, the more surprised Black Tiger was. He looked at Zi Chen up and down, feeling incredulous. "Since you're so strong, why are you hiding here? I told you everyone is looking for me. Plus, my heaven-defying energy hasn't been completely condensed, so I naturally have to run." Then, Zi Chen briefly explained the process to Black Tiger. After hearing Zi Chen say that all the cultivators of the Jianwu continent were looking for him, Black Tiger didn't show any excessive emotions on his face. He just nodded calmly. After hearing Zi Chen's explanation, the shock in his eyes gradually faded. Black Tiger pretended to be indifferent and put on an experienced look. He smiled and said, These are all old tricks. It's nothing. But you're really amazing to be able to fight the heaven-defying experts of other races to this step." "Why? Similar things have happened before?" Zi Chen asked curiously. "In this world, you're not the only heaven-defying expert. Of course, such situations have happened before. However, not all heaven-defying experts can force the other races to stop fighting and take this step." Looking at Zi Chen, Black Tiger said, "Brat, don't act like you've been wronged. Everyone is looking for you. From another point of view, you've completely stopped this battle. You've contributed greatly. On this continent, not everyone is stupid. There will always be people who are grateful to you." Black Tiger changed the topic and said, "But don't be happy too early. The reason you can kill so many heaven-defying experts is not only because you have some tricks up your sleeve, but also because the heaven-defying experts who came are weak. In the group of heaven-defying experts, those who died were from some small places. The world they lived in only had a few kinds of laws, and even the laws of the 5 elements were incomplete. The heaven-defying energy condensed by such existences may be able to deal with ordinary heaven-defying experts, but they'll still die when facing some heaven-defying experts. It's true that heaven-defying experts are very strong, but it doesn't mean that they're invincible. Also, don't be fooled by the fact that you're killing so many people. That's because those heaven-defying experts from big places haven't made their move yet. Once they make their move, it'll be a real death trap. You can only be considered a true expert if you survive their attack or kill them." Hearing Black Tiger's warning, Zi Chen nodded and then asked, "Since you're back, how much time did you buy for me?" Chapter 1956. 2 years' time had already exceeded Zi Chen's expectations by double. His face immediately lit up with joy. In this way, He had 24 years' time. However, Black Tiger did not think so. As a dignified saint, he had promised at least 10 years, but he had only achieved 1/5 of it. He felt very embarrassed and embarrassed. As the two sides conversed, the relationship between the two gradually eased. Looking at Black Tiger's expression, Zichen also flattered him a little. Amazing! You were able to fight for me for 2 years among a group of defying heavens, as expected of a former saint. Hearing Zichen's praise, Black Tiger also felt a little proud. When he raised his head again, his expression was much better. He took the initiative to say, "There isn't much time. Hurry up and condense the defying heavens energy. I will keep an eye on you during this period in case anything happens. Thank you very much." Smiling gratefully, Zichen watched Black Tiger leave. He sat down cross-legged again and began to condense for a long time. Uri's came from Uri Star. He had mastered more than 30 kinds of laws and was a powerful, defying heavens expert. Among the more than 30 kinds of laws he had comprehended, more than 20 kinds of spatial laws. This was also the special characteristic of the Uri continent on Uri Star. Therefore, he was arranged to be the main force in this exploration of the chaotic space. During this period, several solid spatial coordinates were forcibly fixed under his leadership. Those stable coordinates were like lighthouses that could be seen by all defying heavens experts to prevent them from getting lost. The exploration went very smoothly. They occasionally encountered several dangers, but they were easily resolved by Uri's. None of the defying heavens experts he brought were injured. Uri's, who had been going very smoothly, suddenly stopped. His deep eyes with a psychedelic color looked ahead, and his relaxed brows furrowed slightly. "What's wrong, Brother Uri's?" The defying heavens expert behind him asked doubtfully. There were strong and weak defying heavens experts. When both sides were together, they would also call each other brothers. The defying heavens expert following him was not very strong. While looking around, Uri said slowly, "This space was fine just now, but there is suddenly some fog. It should be strange." "Is it strange?" "This should be normal. Didn't we encounter this situation several times before?" The heaven-defying cultivator didn't mind. With his keen perception of the Tao of space, Uri shook his head and said, "This is different. The previous few times were traceable, but this time there were no signs at all." As his voice fell, the surrounding space suddenly began to distort, becoming more and more chaotic. Like ripples in water, it began to ripple in all directions, layer by layer. Soon, Uri's discovered that they were trapped and completely lost in this space. They couldn't even find the few fixed lighthouses. The other heaven-defying cultivators in the area also sensed that something was amiss and quickly gathered together, standing back to back as they looked around vigilantly. "This is man-made. Everyone be careful. Watch out for sneak attacks." While Uri's was reminding him, his eyes, which glowed with a strange light, were also looking around. He was calmly checking for any abnormalities and looking for a way out. In the darkness, a creature that looked very much like a dimensional creature was staring at Uri's and the others through the vibrating space. A hint of a smile flashed across its crimson eyes. "Hee, you guys wait patiently." With a flash of brilliance, the existence that seemed to be a dimensional beast disappeared. The same situation quickly occurred in several other places. Those who also had good attainments in the Tao of space were all lost and couldn't sense the stable coordinates. Damn it, what is going on? The news of many heaven-defying cultivators losing contact quickly spread to the outside world and to Lao Li's ears. This made Lao Li, who was already impatient from waiting, become flustered and exasperated. "Where is Uri's? There is no news of him." "Yes, Uri's has also lost contact." Hearing this affirmative answer, Lao Li said angrily, "Damn it, is this a natural change, or is someone doing this on purpose? Could it be Zichen?" Jun, who had been guarding this place with Lao Li, said, "It can't be Zichen. His comprehension of space is definitely not that deep. Moreover, Yuri's is still inside. I think that this time everyone has lost contact because of some kind of fluctuation in the chaotic space. When this fluctuation passes, everyone will be able to reconnect. But no one knows how long this fluctuation will last. If we give Zichen more time, we will be in danger, Lao Li said. Jun spread out his hands and said, "There is nothing we can do about it. Even a saint can't control the changes in the chaotic space, let alone us. Now we can only wait patiently." Lao Li nodded helplessly and waved his hand to signal the messenger to leave. He sat dejectedly on a big stone. After hearing the news of Zichen, he volunteered to go. He wanted to kill Zichen and get the greatest glory so that he could go further. Those who had seen Zichen being surrounded and killed. But halfway through, a chaotic space appeared and ruined his good deed. Jun came in front of Lao Li and looked at the listless man. He half-squatted and patted Lao Li on the shoulder and said, "Cheer up, isn't it just a Zichen? Let me tell you some exciting news." "What news?" Lao Li asked absent-mindedly without raising his head. "Yi Qian has also come to the Zhanwu continent." Jun stared at the clouds in the distance, as if he saw a beautiful smile in them, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. "What? Yi Qian is here." Lao Li, who was listless, suddenly raised his head after hearing this, and his eyes were full of spirit. "Yes, she's here." Jun nodded and said, "It is said that she is now in the first continent. With her character, is she also here for Zichen?" Lao Li asked after the rich expression on his face was slightly restrained. Yi Qian was publicly acknowledged as a peerless beauty amongst the Heavenly Fires. With her noble birth, she was destined to be extraordinary. As for her pursuers, they were practically all Heavenly Fires or existences that were not weaker than them. Usually, this defying heavens almost stood aloof from worldly affairs and never fought with others. She never fought with others, nor did she become hostile with others. How could she be here for Zichen? The eagerness in Jun's eyes gradually turned into disappointment. He said in a somewhat low voice she should be here to prepare for entering the star path in the future. Prepare for what? Lao Li looked astonished. "Stupid, the star path is full of danger. Powerful defying heavens will also fall. If you find some powerful existences as companions, the degree of danger will naturally be reduced." Jun glanced at Lao Li. Lao Li's face was obviously pale. He said, "So she has to choose from those pursuers?" "I think so, but it won't be that easy. Maybe what she has to decide is who can kill Zichen." Jun's eyes lit up again. "Compared to Yen Wei and the others, this is our only chance." Lao Li nodded heavily and said, "Yes, that's right. Kill Zichen and obtain the highest glory. Only then will we have a chance." In the endless starry sky, Yi Qian was very famous. Not only was she the target of all defying heavens, but she was also favored by all heaven realm cultivators. She could be said to be the brightest and most attractive pearl in the world. She was also an unattainable goddess in the eyes of the world, because there was a saying in the starry sky that whoever could get Yi Qian could break the rules and open the holy path. A year later, Yuri's, who had been lost, got in touch with everyone again. Immediately after, Yuri's returned and found all the other defying heavens who had been lost. Seeing that all of them were back, all the defying heavens heaved a sigh of relief. Lao Li and Jun also relaxed. After confirming that the change was man-made, Yuri's led a few people who had a deep understanding of space to the deepest part of the chaotic world. This time, the strongest few of them would work together to go deeper. These days, Jun and Lao Li were in a good mood because the news said that Yi Qian was traveling in the continent. They believed that it wouldn't be long before she reached the sixth mainland. They heard that every time Yi Qian went to a continent, she would invite some powerful, defying heavens. Once she reached the sixth mainland, they might have a chance. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Yi Qian arrived at the sixth mainland ahead of time. After hearing that Zi-chan was trapped on this continent, Yi-Qian intended to stay on this continent. At the same time, she set up a banquet in the Purple Smoke City and specially invited June and Lao Li. Calculating the time, it was almost time for the appointment. After instructing others to keep an eye on this matter, the two of them went to the Purple Smoke City for the banquet. Yuri's mastery of space was very fast. After bringing a few strong people, the speed of their advance was also very fast. Kid, the situation has changed. I think it's time for us to run. After nearly 20 years, the amount of heaven-defying energy in Zi-chen's body had finally accumulated. Hearing Hu's slightly panicked voice, Zi-chen opened his eyes and said, "What's wrong?" "They're here. Soon. The real time is at most half a month. We have to leave in advance. It just so happens that I found a safe passage. Let's go now," Hu said somewhat anxiously. Zi-chen's face suddenly revealed a cold smile. "Since they're here, how can we leave without saying goodbye? At the very least, we should leave some gifts for them." "Gifts?" Hu was startled. Chapter 1957. Layers of ripples spread out in front of Yuri's, and a spatial passage appeared. Behind the passage was a spatial zone in the chaotic space-time. Yuri's vigilantly released his spiritual senses and scanned the area. After not sensing any danger, he stepped in. Behind him, the others followed closely. After entering, the crowd spread out to search for traces of Zi-chen. After a while, they gathered together one after another. As they looked around, they shook their heads one after another. A trace of disappointment flashed across Yuri's face. He took a deep breath, readjusted his state of mind, and said, "Then let's continue to look." They had been searching for a long time, but they could not find any trace of Zi-chen. It was inevitable that they would feel restless. One of the heaven-defying cultivators could not help but say, "That damn Zi-chen, did he die somewhere in this space? We can't find anything even after searching like this." Yuri shook his head and said, "That's impossible. If Zi-chan is dead, someone will naturally come to inform us." The previous heaven-defying cultivator was somewhat unconvinced. He said, "How would they know?" "Based on their inexplicable perception. This is a chaotic space-time. It is not bound by the rules, and it can isolate all perception." The other heaven-defying cultivators clearly felt the same way, and they all nodded. Looking at everyone's expressions, Yuri smiled bitterly and said, "That's enough. The news hasn't spread yet, so we have to keep searching. I have already sensed that we have reached the depths of this space. I think we have almost finished searching this place." The heaven-defying cultivators nodded. Before they received the order to stop searching, they could only complain and continue searching. The process of aimlessly searching for a target was very boring. Occasionally, one or two complaints could be heard. In this way, the few of them began to go deeper under Yuri's lead. After breaking through countless spaces, they arrived outside another space. Yuri smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect to find a place where the flow of time is so fast here." The others had a deep understanding of the way of space. After hearing Yuri's words, they nodded one after another. One of the heaven-defying cultivators said, "Judging from these fluctuations, the flow of time should be about 12 times faster." As they spoke, they broke through the space. Using their spiritual senses, they did not find any abnormalities. After that, Yuri's led the 5 people behind him into this space, preparing to scatter and search. This pattern had been going on for nearly 2 years, and everyone was already used to it. As soon as the spatial passageway behind them closed, the expressions of the 5 people standing in the air changed in unison. Disbelief immediately appeared on their faces. They saw a black-robed man standing in the air. On his handsome face, his pitch-black bright eyes stared at them. His expression was very calm. Looking at the other party's calm expression and calm eyes, for some reason, A deep chill suddenly appeared in everyone's hearts. Zi Chen. Zi Chen's sudden appearance caught the heaven-defying cultivators off guard. Looking at the 6 heaven-defying cultivators in front of him, a faint smile appeared on Zi Chen's calm face. He looked at the 6 of them and said, "You're too slow. I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Hearing this, Yuri's expression, which had been changing since he saw Zi Chen, suddenly showed a touch of decisiveness. He shouted, "Run!" Although he had more than 30 types of laws, after seeing Zi Chen at his peak with his own eyes, a chill appeared in his heart. This chill clearly conveyed the fear in his heart. With this trace of fear, he knew that he was no match for Zi Chen, so he decided to run. However, just as Yuri said to run, he saw a hint of mockery appear on Zi Chen's face. A brilliance flowed in his hand, and a longbow that exuded a heaven-defying aura fell into his hand. With the longbow in hand, a golden light flashed. Zi Chen pulled the dragon god bow with force, and the essence of the surroundings surged and gathered toward the longbow. The dragon god arrow appeared on the longbow on its own, and an even more powerful aura surged around it. On the bright and somewhat dazzling light, there was a bit of the light of the otherworldly fire. Feeling the terrifying aura from the dragon god arrow, everyone's expression changed greatly, including Yuri's. Their faces were filled with shock. One of the heaven-defying cultivators subconsciously looked back. Buzz. At that moment, Zi Chen loosened his grip. The bowstring vibrated, and the dragon god arrow flew out. This time, the dragon god arrow did not manifest a true dragon, because there was no time to manifest. Zi Chen was too close to the heaven-defying cultivator. The heaven-defying cultivator, who had just turned his head, happened to see this scene. When he saw the arrow flying towards him, his face immediately turned pale, and he was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He was relatively the weakest, so he was at the back. The arrow did not lock onto his aura, but it instantly penetrated his body. After the arrow pierced through the body of a heaven-defying cultivator, Yuri's, who was on the same path, felt a trace of danger approaching. His body instantly turned into nothingness, and the arrow brushed past him. As the arrow passed, a bloody hole instantly appeared on Yuri's body, which had reverted back to its original form. However, this bloody hole was not fatal, and he only coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before he could wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he saw the arrow turn back, and the heaven-defying cultivator at the front, who was the fastest, seemed to have been cast on him. His body stopped in midair, and he did not move at all. After about a breath, the light around the heaven-defying cultivator disappeared, and the rich vitality also dissipated in an instant. The heaven-defying cultivator fell to the ground. At the same time, there was a soft sound behind Yuri's. When Yuri's turned around, he saw that there was already a heaven-defying cultivator's corpse on the ground. Yuri's expression changed drastically when he saw the 2 corpses. He did not feel any aura lock onto him, so it was very clear that the arrow was not aimed at him. The true target of the arrow was the one in front of him. As for the death of the heaven-defying cultivator behind him, Yuri's knew very well that it was because they were in a straight line, and the heaven-defying cultivator was shot to death by the arrow. Sure enough, after the 2 corpses fell to the ground, the heaven-defying cultivator who had died first only had specks of red light on his body, while the true target of the arrow, the heaven-defying cultivator who had died later, was already burning with flames. The flames exuded the aura of an otherworldly flame. Seeing that 2 of the 6 heaven-defying cultivators had died in an instant, Seinin Zhong, who was hiding in the dark and had transformed into a black tiger, was also shocked. He had to believe that Zi Chen had slaughtered dozens of heaven-defying cultivators, since he could easily kill 2 heaven-defying cultivators. No wonder the foreign races treated him like this. This kid really is strong. The shock in his eyes did not fade for a long time. Saint Yin finally understood why Zichen had not listened to his advice and fled, but had chosen to stay here and give them a greeting gift. Sensing that the aura of 2 of their companions had disappeared, the other 4 heaven-defying cultivators were scared out of their wits and sped up their escape. There was only a short distance between them and the spatial barrier. Normally, such a short distance could be covered in less than 3 breaths, but now 3 breaths had become very long. Within the span of 3 breaths, Zichen would be able to shoot 3 more arrows. These 3 arrows were very fast. One of them was the dragon god arrow, while the other 2 were pure, heaven-defying energy. Their power was relatively weaker than the dragon god arrow, but it was more than enough to kill a heaven-defying cultivator. Hearing the vibration of the bowstring, Yuri's felt that his tense heart was about to shatter. Although he originally knew that Zichen was very strong, he relied on the heaven-defying energy of the fusion of more than 30 laws. He thought that even if the 2 of them met, he would be able to fight for a while. But he never thought that he would be able to sense danger as soon as they met. He knew very well that his heaven-defying energy, condensed from more than 30 laws, was a joke in front of Zichen. The bowstring vibrated 3 times. Yuri's had already reached the spatial barrier. Without waiting for the 4th vibration of the bowstring, he rushed out of the spatial barrier. Looking at the misty space in front of him and sensing that the spatial barrier had been restored behind him, Yuri's exhaled heavily, feeling as if he had just survived a disaster. As the strongest heaven realm expert on the Yuri continent, before coming to the Jianwu continent, he had never thought that he would feel fear and face a life-and-death crisis in the same realm. Scary, it's too scary. Although he had not fought Zichen head-on, Yuri's could still feel how powerful and terrifying Zichen was. Taking a deep breath, Yuri's, who was preparing to escape, was suddenly startled. His face, which had just returned to normal, was drained of blood again. Zichen was standing in front of him, looking at him with calm eyes. The longbow in his hand had disappeared and was replaced by a heavenly blade that exuded a cold aura. "You can't escape." There was a hint of coldness in his faint voice. A murderous aura surged, causing Yuri's, who was in a daze, to instantly sober up. As a defiant of the heavens, he was naturally not afraid of any battle, even if it was a life-and-death crisis. The coldness in his eyes rose bit by bit. A heavenly weapon appeared in his hand, and the heaven-defying energy around him began to surge. He said coldly, "If you want to die, let's die together." Looking at Yuri's crazy appearance, it was obvious that he wanted to perish together with Zichen. With a sneer, Zichen said indifferently, "Perish together with me? You're not worthy." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen clenched the long blade in his hand. A heaven-defying energy appeared on the blade, and a heaven-defying blade light appeared from the tip of the blade. With a suffocating aura, it slashed toward Yuri's. "Go to hell." Chapter 1958. Looking at Yuri's, who was flying towards him with the celestial weapon, Zichen's lips curled into a mocking smile. His right hand glowed with an even more dazzling light. More heaven-defying energy was channeled into the blade. The heaven-defying blade radiance, which was already powerful and frightening, doubled in size at this moment and slashed down at Yuri's. At this critical moment of life and death, Yuri's could only use his ultimate technique and attack Zichen with all his might. Boom! The 2 attacks collided and a huge explosion was heard. The entire misty space shook. The 2 energies were locked in a stalemate and collided. Wave after wave of destructive power scattered in all directions. Through the heaven-defying energy, Yuri's expression became even more ferocious. The energy in his body continued to surge towards the celestial weapon. The mocking smile on Zichen's lips also gradually spread. His right hand suddenly exerted force, and the golden heaven-defying energy went completely berserk. The berserk heaven-defying energy tore through Yuri's defenses in an instant. Under Yuri's shocked expression, the golden blade radiance swept past his body. After the blade radiance swept past his body, it forcefully tore apart space and flew hundreds of meters away before gradually dissipating. The golden radiance disappeared and Zi-Chin sheathed his blade. He stood where he was and looked at Yuri's calmly. The latter's body was completely still. The celestial weapon in his hand was still tightly gripped. His body was in a slashing motion. His expression was already frozen. There was no light in his widened eyes, and his vitality was gradually dissipating. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. The celestial weapon in Yuri's hand split into two. One half fell into the void, while the other half was still in his hand. The next moment, his body fell backward, and a line of blood appeared between his eyebrows. Zi-Chun killed Yuri's with one strike and even cut the celestial weapon in half. It was clear to see how terrifying his combat power was now. After easily ending the battle, Zi-Chun collected the broken celestial weapon and Yuri's body on the ground. He glanced at the place where he had stayed for decades. Swoosh! Ripples appeared in the space barrier, and a black shadow rushed out. It was the black tiger that the Inzhong Grand Sage had transformed into. He had seen everything that had just happened, and the shock in his eyes lingered for a long time. For a former great sage to reveal such an expression, it was obvious that Zi-Chen's power was beyond anyone's expectations. Brat, your strength is indeed unexpected. Arriving in front of Zi-Chen and looking at the calm expression on Zi-Chen's face, He, who could not help but praise. Zi-Chen smiled. After nearly 20 years of accumulation, the amount of heaven-defying energy in his body was already enormous. He no longer needed to live a tight life like before. As he gazed at Zi-Chen's calm appearance, Black Tiger's eyes swiveled before a bewitching voice sounded out. Brat, look at your current rich and overbearing appearance. Do you want to live a more exciting life? Exciting. Zi-Chen looked at Black Tiger, a strange expression on his face. I saw everything in the previous battle. You attacked decisively, and your combat power is not weak either. There is a way for you to quickly escape the pursuit of the foreign deities, but this method is a little exciting. Black Tiger looked at Zi-Chen and chuckled. What method? Zi-Chen was curious. Most of the foreign races may stay on this continent, but those heaven-defying cultivators will definitely not stay here for that long. Their final goal is to enter the star path and find an opportunity to break through the holy road. If you give them too much pressure, they will give up on this place and enter the holy road. Black Tiger stared at Zi-Chen with a gleam of excitement in his blood-red eyes. What do you mean by too much pressure? Zi-Chen asked again. It means to show a method that even the deities are afraid of and intimidate them, Black Tiger said excitedly. To put it bluntly, it means to attack decisively. Kill them until they don't dare to pursue you anymore. Kill them until they retreat, and kill them until they are scared out of their wits. Zi-Chen frowned and said, If that's the case, won't I have to face all the deities in the world? What's wrong with that? You're their enemy to begin with. It's better to keep killing like this than to keep hiding. But Zi-Chen was still hesitant. Your combat power is very strong. With this method, even if you are surrounded, don't you have the fastest speed in the world? Looking at the hesitant Zi-Chen, Black Tiger curled his lips and said disdainfully, Do you know what the fastest speed in the world means? That is the fastest speed in the world. This world refers to the endless starry sky. Black Tiger raised his paw and pointed at the endless starry sky. I can see that you have the aura of extreme energy. You must have heard of the name Wuji. Let me tell you, Wuji was not a deity, but he dared to make the entire world his enemy. He dared to make all the invading deities his enemy. Today, as a deity, you actually want to retreat when faced with your responsibility. Ignoring the slight change in Zi-Chen's expression, Black Tiger continued, I can see that your elemental essence is lightning. Then do you know that your Thunder clan has an ancestor who is also not a deity? He also dared to make the entire world his enemy. Back then, the speed of the Thunder clan made all the other races in the world tremble in fear. Hearing that Black Tiger still wanted to say something, Zichen curled his lips and said, "Don't you just want me to kill my way out? Why do you have to provoke me like this? Let me see what you are capable of. What are you looking at me for? Do you want me to help you?" Zichen waved his hand and said, "That's not necessary. Just stay by my side and don't die. I need someone to witness my glorious deeds, and I think you are quite suitable." Although he had seen through Black Tiger's trick, Zichen's heroic spirit was indeed aroused. Coupled with the endless heaven-defying energy in his body, Zichen also wanted to test how strong the deities in the world were. Before the news of the death of Uris and the other deities spread to the outside world, Zichen had already taken the mystical dragon bow and walked out. During this time, Black Tiger and Thunderwing Heart deliberately reminded Zichen of the existence of deities. Buzz! As the bowstring vibrated, an arrow shot out and a black hole appeared in the void. The arrow pierced through the black hole and landed on a deity who could not dodge in time, instantly piercing through his body. Another deity had died. After collecting the corpse and the heavenly soldier, Zichen continued forward. On that spatial node, there were 3 deities. Because of the previous incident, the 3 of them were assigned to guard this place. Rather bored, one of the deities said, "This Zichen is really hard to find. We have been looking for him for so long, but there is no clue at all." Another person replied, "It is indeed difficult to find him. But then again, that guy is quite difficult to deal with. Even if we find him, we have to work together to deal with him." Hearing this, the third person sneered and said, "We still can't find him after so long. Maybe he is already dead." Just as they were talking, the 3 of them suddenly felt a ferocious aura. They immediately turned around and looked at a certain spot in the void. The space there surged as if a peerless, ferocious creature walked out. The 3 of them immediately became vigilant. They held the heavenly soldier tightly in their hands and stared ahead. The surging space spread out in all directions, and a spatial passage appeared out of thin air. Then a black-clothed young man walked out. The young man was quite handsome and held a heaven-class longbow in his hand. The moment they saw the black-clothed young man, the 3 deities' expressions changed drastically. One of them cried out, "Zichen, it's Zichen. Hurry up and send the signal." The other 2 immediately reached into their clothes, seemingly ready to take out the signal item. At the same time, the 3 of them also retreated. Facing Zichen, the 3 deities did not dare to make a move at all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zichen knocked an arrow on the bow. Essence chi surged in all directions, and he quickly shot 3 arrows. One of the arrows was a divine dragon arrow, and the other 2 arrows were made of pure heaven-defying energy. The 3 arrows were almost at the same time, shooting toward the 3 deities. Get lost. Seeing the arrows flying toward them, one of the deities roared angrily. He held the saber with both hands and slashed it forward. Clang! However, when the saber hit the arrow, there was a strong rebounding force. The saber in the deity's hand was instantly knocked back. The arrow that was supposed to hit between the eyebrows moved down slightly and pierced through the deity's throat. Although the position was a little off, the effect was the same. As for the other 2 deities, because they controlled the rules, their strength was slightly weaker, and they could not block the arrows. As for their defense, it did not work at all. They were instantly pierced through by the heaven-defying arrows. As soon as he walked out of the passage, he saw the 3 deities fall to the ground. Black Tiger was shocked again. Zichen did not stop. This time his goal was to go back the way he came and kill all the deities he could see. Uft, uft. As he moved forward, Zichen found traces of other deities. However, Every deity who appeared could not escape the power of Zi-Chen's arrow. It could be said that this was a one-sided slaughter of the deities. From beginning to end, not a single deity was able to send out a message. Black Tiger, who was following closely, was naturally shocked again and again. A bow, an arrow, a man, and a tiger walked out of the chaotic space. Everywhere they passed, all the deities died. Damn it, it's Zi-Chen. Why did he suddenly appear? No one sent out a signal. Could it be that everyone has been killed? Another 3 heaven-defying sovereigns saw Zi-Chen. Their faces were also filled with horror as they turned and ran. When the 3 deities encountered Zi-Chen, they did not have the courage to attack. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Essence chi surged in all directions. Zi-Chen pulled his longbow to the maximum and shot out another 3 arrows. The 3 fleeing heaven-defying cultivators were sent flying hundreds of meters away by inertia before falling into the void below. Zi-Chen raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy. The energy instantly turned into 3 energy ribbons that wrapped around the 3 deities and their heaven-grade weapons. They were forcefully pulled back and thrown into the cauldron of all things. Chapter 1959. Violet Smoke City was located on the 6th mainland. It was a very famous city. It was said that when a heavenly realm expert was breaking through, the entire city was filled with violet smoke. During the invasion of the alien tribes, Violet Smoke City was breached. The city lord and many cultivators died in battle. The victorious alien tribes occupied the city and turned it into a stronghold. This time, the traveling Yi Qian had come to the 6th mainland to entertain a group of heaven-defying cultivators, including Zhu En and Lao Li. The 2 of them came to the banquet and encountered a few heaven-defying cultivators. The 2 of them deliberately raised their heads and unconsciously put on a proud expression, enjoying the envious gazes of the crowd. Because only the 2 of them had trapped the heaven-defying one, Zi-Chen, they had been hunting him down. Recently, the 2 of them had become famous. Look, that's Lao Li. He's the one who chased after Zi-Chen across 2 mainlands. The one next to him is Zhu En. The 2 of them chased after Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen had no choice but to enter the chaotic space-time. It's unknown whether he's dead or alive. Wherever the 2 of them went, the heaven-defying cultivators they encountered would whisper about this matter. It was said that Yi Qian had deliberately stopped here because heaven-defying cultivator Zi-Chen was here. As the strongest cultivator with the highest chance of defying the heavens, Yi Qian was naturally curious. As for information about Zi-Chen, it seemed that only the 2 of them knew the most. Therefore, in private, it was rumored that Yi Qian had come to the banquet to entertain others because of them. They just relied on their numbers to surround Zi-Chen. They didn't kill him. What's the big deal? We just disdained to make a move. If we knew Yi Qian was coming, they wouldn't have come. That's right. The 2 of them only have average battle strength. It's impossible for them to win Yi Qian's favor. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do they think toads can eat swan meat? Among the crowd, there were a few heaven-defying cultivators whose battle strength was no weaker than the 2 of them. Naturally, they were jealous that the 2 of them could enjoy such special treatment. Seeing the beautiful figure that they had been dreaming about, the 2 arrogant leaders slowly lowered their heads. A rare look of nervousness and apprehension appeared on their faces. That beautiful figure was dressed in green. Her back was facing the 2 of them as she stared ahead. Her waist was slender, and under the green, her long and slender legs were very eye-catching. A faint and pleasant fragrance was naturally emitted from the woman's body, causing one to feel intoxicated. "Greetings, Miss Yi Qian." The 2 of them stood behind the woman, afraid that they would disturb her, so their tone was very gentle. Hearing his voice, the woman slowly turned around. Instantly, the fragrance in the room became even stronger intoxicating. One couldn't help but take a deep breath. But when he saw the perfect and flawless face, he lowered his head in shame. "The two of you must be tired after coming from afar. Why don't you take a rest first?" A light voice rang out. There was a faint smile on the woman's delicate face, which did not lose its elegance and gentleness. The woman's appearance could be described as perfect. Her body was curvaceous, which could be described as the golden ratio. Her delicate collarbone emitted a faint light, and her full breasts almost burst out. Hearing the woman's voice, the two of them immediately had some kind of impulse in their hearts. Fortunately, they were able to suppress it, so they wouldn't lose face in front of her. Lao Li smiled, showing a free and easy expression. Using his most gentle voice, he said softly, "It's our honor to be able to receive Miss Yi Qian's invitation. This little distance is nothing." Hearing the words that were about to come out of his mouth were interrupted by Lao Li. He lost a chance to perform. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in Jun's eyes, but he concealed it very well. He nodded and said, "Yes, this is our honor." Looking at the two's expression, Yi Qian gently smiled and politely said, "It's Yi Qian's honor to be able to come here." It had to be said that Yi Qian, who was born with a noble background, didn't have that kind of arrogance. At this moment, when she was chatting with the two of them, it was like chatting with friends. Her understatement made the two of them feel very comfortable. It was to the extent that the two of them had the misconception that Yi Qian had taken a liking to them. The conversation between the three of them made the onlookers envious. Some of the onlookers, who had previously shown disdain for the two of them, secretly regretted in their hearts when they saw the scene. Why did they not deal with Zi Qian back then? There were many experts here, but Yi Qian favored the two of them. Clearly, it was because of the heaven-defying Zi Qian. It has to be said that the two of you are lucky to be able to receive Yi Qian's invitation. Just as the three of them were happily chatting, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. A figure walked in from outside the room that wasn't closed. This was a young man wearing a purple robe. There was a touch of coldness between his eyebrows. His expression naturally carried a bit of arrogance. When his gaze swept past the two of them, this arrogance became even stronger. Only when he looked at Yi Qian did he restrain himself. Hearing this very rude voice, even in front of Yi Qian, the two of them still had a touch of anger in their eyes. When they turned back to look at the purple-robed young man, the anger in their eyes was released very well. Seeing the two angry people, the young man smiled disdainfully. Then he pointed at the table in the middle of the room and proudly said, "With your status and strength, you two are not qualified to sit here. That's why I said that the two of you are lucky." This kind of blatant slap in the face almost completely enraged the two of them. The heaven-defying experts outside, who were very envious of them, all crossed their arms and watched the show with a mocking expression. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, but Yi Qian's expression didn't change at all. After she slowly got up, she looked at the two angry people and said, "Don't mind him. He always speaks without thinking. Oh, right, let me introduce you. This is Kuan-Te." While speaking, Yi Qian also turned back to look at the purple-robed young man. Her gentle voice carried a trace of dissatisfaction as she said, "Kuan-Te, you too. These two are my friends. Friends don't differentiate between high and low." The purple-robed young man glanced at the two of them and nodded. The arrogance in his expression didn't disappear. As for Lao Li and Jun, after hearing Kuan-Te's name, their expressions obviously changed. It should be known that there are strong and weak heaven-defying experts. On the one hand, it's because of techniques, and on the other hand, it's because of laws. Every 10 laws is considered a level. Lao, Li, and Jun have comprehended more than 30 laws, almost close to 40. They are definitely the best among their level. However, compared with Kuan-Te, the two of them are obviously far behind. This is because Kuan Te is a real expert who has comprehended more than 50 laws. Before the invasion of the Zhan Wu continent, Kuan Te's reputation has spread. Although his reputation is not as high as Gao Wei's, he is definitely not someone the two of them can provoke. As their expressions changed, the dissatisfaction on their faces gradually disappeared. Then they nodded politely and sat down under Yi Qian's arrangement. The two of them sat on one side of Yi Qian, and Kuan Te sat on the other side. Then, two more heaven-defying experts came in. Judging from the aura the two of them unintentionally emitted, the two of them are almost only slightly weaker than Kuan Te. The laws they have comprehended are definitely above 40. In addition to the table in the room, there are several tables in the back. Among them, there are some existences who have comprehended more than 40 laws. As for the heaven-defying experts at the back, their combat power is mediocre. At most, they are just here to make up the numbers. During the banquet, seeing the two of them restrain themselves, Kuan Te didn't make any sarcastic remarks. The banquet was cheerful, but everyone knew very well that the most exciting part has yet to come. Yi Qian looked at the two of them and finally asked the question in her heart, "Is that heaven-defying expert Zichen really strong?" As she spoke, Yi Qian's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. When it came to the main topic, everyone cheered up. Almost all the heaven-defying experts looked at the two of them and pricked up their ears. The two of them enjoyed the feeling of being valued by everyone. After looking at each other for a while, Lao Li nodded and said in a deep voice, "Based on our experience, Zichen is indeed very strong." Upon hearing this, Yi Qian's face lit up and she asked, "How strong?" Based on their standards, anyone who has comprehended 40 laws can be called a powerhouse. In my opinion, Zichen is just SOSO. Yi Qian's interested expression made Kuan Te very unhappy, so he couldn't help but mock her. The two heaven-defying experts, next to Kuan Te, also nodded seriously. One of them looked at Lao Li and Wan and said, "Based on their standards, he is indeed not strong." Upon hearing this disdainful voice, Lao Li responded bluntly, "An existence who has comprehended 40 laws is indeed a powerhouse in our eyes. However, compared to Zichen, I feel that there is a big gap." Lord Kuan Te, even if you have comprehended more than 50 laws, you may not be able to gain an advantage over Zichen. Kuan Te immediately said in dissatisfaction, "Are you kidding? Zichen, who is chased like a dog by you guys, is actually on par with me? Are you saying that I, Kuan Te, am inferior to you guys?" Shaking his head, Lao Li said, "I didn't mean that, and I never said that it was the two of us who hunted down Zichen. That was the work of a group of people. If we hadn't fought and exhausted ourselves repeatedly, it wouldn't have been easy to hunt down Zichen. What I mean is that at his peak, Zichen shouldn't be weaker than an existence who has comprehended 50 laws. Once you face him, you must be careful." Hearing Lao Li's tone, Kuan Te felt even more unhappy and directly said, "You mean that you can besiege and kill a heaven-defying expert who has comprehended 50 laws? Why don't we try and see if so many of you can chase me and make me escape?" Hearing Kuan Te's obviously serious tone, the two who knew that they couldn't provoke him chose to remain silent. "It's fine if you can't deal with a mere Zichen, but you actually said that I am inferior to him. Humph! If he dares to appear here, you don't need to do anything. I can kill him directly." "Are you serious?" An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 1960. Who is it? Which reckless guy is questioning me? Kuan Te, who was about to answer, immediately showed anger on his face when he heard the voice from the outside world. His cold gaze swept across the crowd of heaven-defying cultivators below. Feeling Kuan Te's angry gaze, all the heaven-defying cultivators subconsciously lowered their heads and avoided Kuan Te's gaze. In a one-on-one fight, No one present was a match for Kuan-Te, so naturally no one dared to provoke him. The cold voice sounded very abruptly. Under Kuan-Te's questioning gaze, all the heaven-defying cultivators turned their heads and looked at each other inquisitively. The heaven-defying cultivators at the back received the most attention. Among them, there was a heaven-defying cultivator who had only comprehended 6 laws. When he saw so many gazes looking at him, his face immediately turned pale. He pointed his finger behind him and said, "It seems it's still behind." Just as Kuan-Te was performing his mighty and domineering act to intimidate everyone present, Ju-En and Lao-Li, who had also heard the cold voice, suddenly changed their expressions and their bodies stiffened. The 2 of them were too sensitive to this voice. However, logically speaking, the other party should not have appeared here. It was an illusion. Beside them, Ichien saw their abnormal behavior and asked with curiosity in her beautiful eyes, "What's wrong? Do you know the person who spoke?" All the heaven-defying cultivators came here for Ichien, so she was naturally the focus of attention. As Ichien spoke, everyone's gaze followed Ichien's gaze and fell on Lao-Li and Ju-En. Kuan-Te was obviously angry. In his opinion, these 2 guys were deliberately causing trouble today. Ju-En, who had not spoken, had an ugly expression. He nodded and said, "It's very familiar, but he shouldn't be here." "Say it. I want to see who has the guts to question me." Kuan-Te's voice was cold, and his expression became even colder. Lao-Li glanced at Kuan-Te. Usually he would hate this kind of domineering guy, but thinking that the owner of the voice might be that person, he hoped that such a domineering guy would stand up, so he said, "It might be Zichen." "What, Zichen?" They were just talking about the heaven-defying cultivator Zichen, but Lao-Li said that it might be Zichen's voice, causing an uproar. Bang! A loud explosion suddenly sounded out. Behind the crowd, the tightly shut door burst open. Thick wood shavings fluttered in the air like a hidden weapon. A figure flew into the courtyard. That person was in Heaven Realm. He flew dozens of meters backward and landed at the center of the courtyard. His face was filled with shock, and before he could say anything, his head fell to the side, and he coughed up blood before he died. Such a scene caused all the heaven-defying cultivators to be slightly stunned. Isn't he just courting death by behaving atrociously here? All the heaven-defying sovereigns turned their gazes to the broken gate. They wanted to see who was the one who dared to break in. Without waiting for too long, a young man wearing a black robe appeared at the entrance. He was quite handsome, and his right hand was tightly holding a heavenly blade. On his back was a longbow that was even larger than his body. A pair of dark black eyes slowly swept over this courtyard. Zichen. Seeing that familiar face, Ju-En's expression suddenly changed. He subconsciously left his seat and exclaimed. Ju-En's exclamation also confirmed the identity of the black-robed young man. Zichen. He was known as the strongest heaven-defying cultivator, the most powerful existence who was most likely to defy the heavens. This existence who had killed dozens of heaven-defying cultivators suddenly appeared in front of everyone. While they were shocked, they all carefully sized up Zichen, wanting to see if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Zichen, why are you here? Where are the others? Lao-Li stood up and stared at Zichen, asking in a hoarse voice. Looking at the 2 people at the top, Zichen smiled faintly and said, "I sent them away." Those were dozens of heaven-defying cultivators. You killed them all? Lao-Li asked again, his voice trembling. If I didn't kill them, should I wait to be killed? With a cold smile, Zichen looked at the 2 of them and said, "Do you still remember what I said before? When the time comes, I will definitely come to find you. Now I'm here." Standing alone at the entrance, facing more than 40 heaven-defying cultivators, Zichen was still able to talk cheerfully, putting aside his battle prowess. Just his courage alone was worthy of admiration. Someone had broken in and killed a Heaven Realm expert. But the other cultivators in Purple Smoke City didn't intend to pursue the matter. Not only did they not surround this place, but they also retreated as fast as they could. They knew that this was a battle between heaven-defying cultivators, and they couldn't interfere at all. They could only choose to escape. If they were too late to escape, they would be killed by the shockwaves. Hearing the conversation between the two sides, the heaven-defying cultivators present all paled. After killing dozens of heaven-defying cultivators, he still dared to break in. As long as he wasn't a fool, he must have something powerful to rely on. Zi Chen stood there, and his heaven-defying aura didn't spread out. However, those who had comprehended 30 types of laws had already sensed the danger and didn't dare to move. If those who had comprehended 30 types of laws didn't dare to move, then those who had comprehended less than 30 types of laws were even more unbearable. Not immediately turning around and running was already very strong. On the other hand, those who had comprehended 40 types of laws had cold expressions on their faces. Kente had been staring at Zi Chen from the beginning with undisguised, killing intent in his eyes. With the heaven-defying energy condensed from more than 50 types of laws, he didn't feel that Zi Chen was terrifying. On the contrary, he felt that today was an opportunity to show off in front of Yi Qian. Perhaps he could even win the beauty's heart. However, the main character was always the last to appear. Kente, who had some thoughts in his mind, didn't immediately make a move, being able to suppress his emotions in such a situation. It was obvious that Kente wasn't a brainless and impulsive guy. After Zi Chen appeared, Yi Qian's gaze fell on Zi Chen and didn't leave him. Standing among a group of foreign heaven-defying cultivators, he could still talk and laugh. This made her eyes flash with a strange light. She stood up from her seat and looked at Zi Chen as she said in a gentle voice, "You're the heaven-defying cultivator, Zi Chen." Hearing this, Zi Chen turned his head slightly and looked at Yi Qian. This time he had heard that there were heaven-defying cultivators gathering here, so he had deliberately come. He also knew that the person who had organized the gathering was a beauty. Zi Chen glanced at Yi Qian. The latter's beautiful appearance caused Zi Chen's heart to tremble slightly. Her appearance was not the slightest bit inferior to Zi Chen's close female friends. Not a single flaw could be found on her exquisite face. Her perfect figure was the golden ratio, especially the sight of her chest that was about to burst out. It was rather eye-catching. Zi Chen stared at Yi Qian. In the eyes of others, it seemed that Zi Chen was deliberately looking at Yi Qian's breasts. However, this wasn't the case. Zi Chen was just slightly distracted. This was because he didn't sense any killing intent from this female, heaven-defying cultivator. However, Zi Chen didn't sense any killing intent from her. He was a bit puzzled and didn't immediately answer. Seeing that Zi Chen didn't respond, a trace of anger appeared on Yi Qian's beautiful face. "You barged in here alone. Do you think there's no one here?" This sentence was quite powerful, but coming from a woman's mouth, it still lacked a hint of austere, killing intent. Yi Qian's words caused the killing intent in the surroundings, which had faded a lot, to thicken once more. Those who had originally felt fear in their hearts became gloomy and cold once more. Letting a woman stand out in front of a group of men was really a loss of face. After reigniting everyone's fighting spirit, Yi Qian tactfully didn't continue speaking. Since everyone's killing intent had been aroused, she could use this opportunity to see just how powerful this so-called strongest, heaven-defying cultivator was. "Zi Chen, you dare to come here and cause trouble? You're simply courting death." "That's right. Today, you won't be able to leave." "Damn thing, you've come to the wrong place." Some of the heaven-defying cultivators still felt fear, but at this moment they had no choice but to appear very cold and stern, so they deliberately raised their voices to hide the fear in their hearts. Hearing these voices and feeling the rekindled fighting spirit of the crowd, Zi Chen glanced at Yi Qian. Then his gaze fell on the crowd again. his expression cold and stern. Zi Chen's gaze swept over them, and he could clearly see the fear in everyone's eyes. The huge pressure pressed down on the heaven-defying cultivators, making it difficult for them to breathe. Let's join hands and kill him. Under this kind of pressure, they could either lose their courage or explode. A heaven-defying cultivator who controlled 30 laws was the first to take out a heavenly weapon and charge towards Zichen. Immediately after, the entire courtyard was filled with a series of banging sounds. This was the sound of energy surging, shattering the tableware and utensils. Those heaven-defying cultivators who couldn't bear the pressure, one after another, took out their heaven-defying weapons and charged towards Zichen. At this moment, perhaps they still had reason, but not much. Everyone was thinking in their hearts that they couldn't lose face in front of Yi Qian. It was this kind of impulsive thought that caused them to lose their lives in vain. The first heaven-defying cultivator rushed towards Zichen. In Zichen's hand, a golden heaven-defying energy emerged from the long saber. With the appearance of this energy, a huge pressure emerged in the entire courtyard. The cold, murderous intent seemed to have caused the temperature in the courtyard to drop a lot. Seeing Zi Chen's heaven-defying energy, the experienced Kentez's face changed. Those experts who had comprehended more than 40 laws narrowed their eyes, and there was fear in their eyes. As for Yi Qian, at this moment, her eyes became incomparably bright, blooming with extraordinary splendor. Die. The first heaven-defying cultivator had already rushed towards Zichen. With a roar, he launched a powerful attack towards Zichen. Chapter 1961. As the heaven-defying blade light swept past the heaven-defying cultivator, Zichen's figure accelerated and appeared behind the heaven-defying cultivator. This heaven-defying cultivator, who had comprehended more than 30 laws, also stopped behind Zichen, the weapon in his hand poised to slash downwards. The first heaven-defying cultivator's attack had ended, and the other heaven-defying cultivators were rushing towards Zichen. Their heaven-defying weapons were flashing with heaven-defying light. A light flashed in his eyes as Zichen stepped forward. His footwork changed slightly, and he dodged a powerful downward slash. Then, the long blade in Zichen's hand trembled slightly, and he directly slashed upwards. The heaven-defying blade light flashed and disappeared. Whoosh! After the first attack, another heaven-defying cultivator's attack appeared. His footwork changed again, and the long blade in his hand slashed downwards. Golden light surged around his body, and the heaven-defying energy formed a defense to protect his body. Zi Chen slashed left and right with the long blade in his hand. Streaks of blade light flashed and disappeared as the long blade passed. Whoosh! Whoosh! During the process of the blade light flashing and disappearing, Zichen had already walked from the broken gate to the center of the courtyard. In this short distance, there were 13 heaven-defying cultivators who wanted to stop Zichen. Apart from the heaven-defying cultivator in the center, the remaining 12 heaven-defying cultivators were divided into 2 rows. Their heaven-defying weapons were raised high, and their bodies were completely still. Zichen passed through them and stood behind them. His body was also still. The courtyard instantly became quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the center of the courtyard, looking at the motionless people. Many heaven-defying cultivators were puzzled. They only saw the 2 sides fighting, and during the time when the blade light flashed, but they did not see the situation clearly. Kuntet instantly stood up, his eyes shining. The heaven-defying energy around him became extremely unstable. He had clearly seen what had happened. Yi Qian's beautiful eyes were constantly blooming. Her red lips were slightly open, and she seemed very surprised. Her slightly heavy breathing caused her plump chest to rise and fall. Compared to the 2 who were relatively calm, Lao Li and Zhuan were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Just as everyone was in doubt and shock, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the courtyard, stirring up a small amount of dust. The heaven-defying sovereigns, who were still emitting faint light, dissipated along with the wind of energy. Then, their rich vitality also dissipated. A lack of vitality meant death. Immediately afterward, a series of thuds rang out in the courtyard. All the heaven-defying cultivators had fallen to the ground and died. The originally quiet arena was now completely silent. Everyone stared in shock at Zichen, the only one still standing. In the blink of an eye, 13 heaven-defying cultivators were killed. What kind of method was that? It was naturally good to show some courage in front of a beauty, but the premise was that he wouldn't lose his life. Holding the long saber tightly, Zichen didn't have a single drop of blood on it. After swinging the saber elegantly, he shouted without turning his head, "Those outside, don't just watch the battle. Quickly come in and clean up the battlefield." This sentence was naturally directed at Black Tiger, who had followed closely outside. The latter had instigated him to become enemies with all the heaven-defying cultivators in the world. Naturally, he had to bring Black Tiger to meet the world. He couldn't let him hide behind the scenes. When Black Tiger heard Zichen's words, he almost turned around and ran away. He wasn't ready to go against all the heaven-defying cultivators in the world. After hesitating, he had no choice but to come in through the door. He put on a very reluctant look and approached the corpses. During this time, Black Tiger didn't raise his head. Obviously, he didn't want those heaven-defying cultivators to remember him. The shocked crowd could only watch Black Tiger collect the corpses and the heavenly soldiers on the ground. Zichen's expression was still calm. He glanced at the heaven-defying cultivators and said with a smile, "I heard that this is a banquet for heaven-defying cultivators. Why didn't you invite me, a heaven-defying cultivator?" Suddenly, there was a hint of sternness in his slightly indifferent eyes. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Zichen said coldly, "Am I not a heaven-defying cultivator?" In front of so many heaven-defying cultivators, Zichen questioned them in a reprimanding tone. Many of the heaven-defying cultivators present were also displeased by his arrogance. However, the situation was already very obvious. Those who had comprehended 30 types of laws would be killed in an instant in front of Zichen. Therefore, even if they were displeased, they had to forcibly endure it. A cold light flashed in Kuan-Ti's eyes as he glanced at the heaven-defying cultivator beside him. This person had more than 40 types of laws. He was the one who brought him here, and his combat strength wasn't weak. The latter sensed Kuan-Ti's intention and nodded. When he turned back to look at Zichen again, he snorted coldly and said, "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here?" Looking away from Kuan-Ti, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Zichen looked at the heaven-defying cultivator and said indifferently, "If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. You're courting death." The heaven-defying cultivator shouted angrily. Then he glanced at the person beside him and said coldly, "Kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand. Extremely powerful heaven-defying energy surged on the sword. As the sword chi flickered, he stabbed the sword at Zichen fiercely. In the face of this attack, Zichen's expression didn't change. The heavenly saber in his hand reignited with a golden light of heaven-defying energy. As the heaven-defying cultivator rushed forward, the heaven-defying cultivator beside him didn't rush forward. Instead, he closed his eyes and formed a seal with his hands. A powerful aura suddenly swept through the courtyard. The energy between heaven and earth fluctuated and gathered in front of this heaven-defying cultivator. Obviously, this heaven-defying cultivator saw that Zichen's close combat strength was too strong, so he decided to use the heavenly path technique to kill him. Feeling the violent aura surging in the courtyard, the other heaven-defying cultivators also retreated. In such a battle, even they couldn't intervene. In the entire courtyard, the energy between heaven and earth twisted wildly, forming a terrible hurricane that instantly crushed the tables and chairs. Then, the hurricane formed in the courtyard like a huge wind dragon, rumbling. Sure kill blow, wind fall. Wrapped in a dazzling heaven-defying energy, this heaven-defying cultivator rushed in front of Zichen. The sharp sword in his hand stabbed towards Zichen's forehead. A huge wind swept out, and small whirlwinds seemed to have appeared on the sword. These small whirlwinds had the ability to tear space apart. The most terrifying of them was the tip of the sword, which directly pierced towards Zichen's forehead. Looking at the flying sword and the small whirlwinds caused by it, Zichen's expression didn't change. His body rushed forward, and in the midst of the golden light, he suddenly slashed his saber. The golden saber light illuminated heaven and earth, and then disappeared in a flash. After the golden saber light disappeared, the whirlwinds and whirlwinds in the courtyard also dissipated in an instant. Fire Wolf swallows the sky. A deep and cold voice suddenly sounded from the courtyard. A huge wolf, formed from heaven-defying energy, appeared in everyone's line of sight. The huge wolf was as tall as a 3-story building. It looked down at Zichen, and a cold light flashed in its eyes. With a howl, the huge wolf rushed towards Zichen. Swoosh! Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile when he saw the huge wolf flying towards him. He no longer paid any attention to the motionless, heaven-defying cultivator behind him. He put away his heavenly saber, and his hands, which were suffused with a resplendent golden light, firmly blocked the huge wolf's claws, causing the world to tremble. Boom! In the midst of the violent energy, Zichen used his hands to hold up the wolf's claws, blocking the huge wolf's attack. Seeing that Zichen had actually used his physical body to block the dragon formed by the heavenly Tao technique, everyone was stunned. The huge wolf opened its mouth and roared. The sound was deafening, and the whole city trembled. The huge wolf opened its mouth and bit towards Zichen, but Zichen firmly blocked it. It couldn't touch Zichen at all. Seeing that the flame wolf's attack was ineffective, a look of surprise flashed across the heaven-defying cultivator's eyes. However, this surprise was quickly replaced by coldness. The flame wolf he transformed into was not only capable of physical attacks, but also energy attacks. Flame wolf's fire. As the cold shout rang out, the eyes of the flame wolf, who was blocked by Zichen, seemed to have an additional fiery red color. Immediately after, a wild and violent aura surged out from the wolf's body. This aura directly surged to the wolf's throat, and a blazing energy was also emitted. Feeling the blazing energy that was about to be spat out from the flame wolf's mouth, Zichen shouted. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. His hands, which were shining with golden light, suddenly exerted force. Without waiting for the flame wolf to attack, he lifted the wolf's body and threw it to the back. Boom! The earth suddenly trembled, and a huge deep hole appeared in the courtyard. The deep hole spread until it reached the wall of the courtyard, and only stopped when it touched the array. In the deep hole, energy vibrated, and the huge wolf's body had completely disappeared. Puff! Suffering from the energy backlash, the heaven-defying cultivator who summoned the flame wolf coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. The heaven-defying cultivator used his physical strength to block the heaven-defying cultivator's attack and break the heaven-defying cultivator's attack. The faces of the heaven-defying cultivators were full of shock. However, they soon reacted. Where was the heaven-defying cultivator who had exchanged blows with Zichen? As they spread out their spiritual senses, they were shocked to find that the heaven-defying cultivator was at the bottom of the deep hole, and there was no sound from him. "Kid, you hit him so deep. How can I go?" Muttering softly, Black Tiger turned into a ray of light, rushed into the deep hole, and collected the corpse and the heaven-defying cultivator. Two powerhouses who had comprehended 40 rule powers joined forces, but in the end, one was killed and the other was injured. At this moment, the shocked crowd had no choice but to look at Lao Li and Ju En again. They simply could not understand how they were able to besiege and kill Ziqin in the face of such a powerful Ziqin. The combat power that Ziqin had displayed today had completely frightened the two of them. Chapter 1962. Everyone was shocked by Ziqin's powerful battle prowess. Previously, there were still sounds of people sucking in cold air, but now there was no sound at all. Originally, Ziqin sensed that all the heaven-defying cultivators, except for Yi Qian, wanted to kill him, but now that killing intent had obviously decreased a lot. Knowing that the organizer of this gathering was Yi Qian, Ziqin slightly raised his head to look at the other party in the room and said, "As a heaven-defying cultivator, do I have the qualifications to be invited?" Yi Qian's beautiful eyes flashed as she nodded and said softly, "Of course, you are welcome. Please take a seat." With the strength that Ziqin had shown, he indeed had the qualifications to sit at the top. As for that seat, someone would naturally give it to him. Looking at Yi Qian, Ziqin couldn't guess what she was thinking, and he couldn't understand why such a woman would be sought after by so many heaven-defying cultivators. It should be known that although she was unparalleled in beauty and had a unique temperament, these people were all heaven-defying cultivators. Which one of them didn't have a noble status? In their world, these people shouldn't lack women. Ziqin didn't know why Yi Qian was so popular. After entering the room, he glanced at the other four people. Among them, the injured, heaven-defying cultivator's expression changed, and he took a step back to make room for Ziqin. Kentez's face became gloomy, and the energy in his body was on the verge of going berserk, but for some unknown reason, he didn't take the initiative to attack. Ju En and Lao Li had a lot of grudges with Ziqin. Today, Ziqin had shown such a powerful battle prowess. Facing Ziqin, the two of them were at a loss and felt some fear in their hearts. However, in their opinion, with a beauty by his side, Ziqin probably wouldn't kill the innocent. That might leave a bad impression on the beauty. Looking at Yi Qian again, the two of them let out a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, Ziqin's eyes flashed. Without warning, he took out Skyblade and slashed at the two of them. His attack was very sharp and very fast. Coupled with this unexpected sneak attack, Lao Li and Zhu and couldn't react at all. The saber light instantly swept past the two of them. Their sluggish expressions were devoid of any signs of life. Due to the previous battle record of instantly killing 40 heaven-defying law enforcers, no one felt that Ziqin's sneak attack was shameless. Even if they fought head-on, the two of them were no match for Ziqin. This kind of trash doesn't deserve to sit at the same table as a beauty. Shaking his head and letting out a sigh, Ziqin looked at Yi Qian and said with a smile, "Beauty, do you think my words make sense? These two pieces of trash don't deserve to sit here." No matter what, Yi Qian was from a different tribe and was their comrade. Although Ziqin was also a heaven-defying, he was their enemy. Now that Ziqin asked such a question, it was obvious that he was trying to sow discord. For a moment, everyone's gazes turned to Yi Qian. From what they thought and guessed, Yi Qian might choose to smile and not say anything because Ziqin's combat power was too strong, or she might cleverly dodge the question. After all, no one would really make things difficult for such a beauty. However, contrary to what the crowd had guessed, Yi Qian did not beat around the bush, nor did she pretend to be confused. Instead, she answered Ziqin's question very seriously. Her voice was still as gentle as before, but the words she said caused many people to feel a chill in their hearts. That's right. As a person, they should know their limits. The two of them really don't deserve to sit here. This was Yi Qian's serious and decisive answer. Kunte had asked this question before, but Yi Qian's answer was that they were both friends. Clearly, the two answers were different. Zi Chen was very satisfied with this answer. A sincere smile finally appeared on his face. He nodded at Yi Qian, and his fingers flicked on the hilt of his saber a few times. Whoosh! The injured, heaven-defying cultivator who was still standing at the side immediately retreated until he was completely out of the room. His eyes were filled with deep fear. Zi Chen turned around and looked at the terrified, heaven-defying cultivator. He smiled and said, "You are very tactful, so your life is saved. Today, I, Zi Chen, will not kill you." The heaven-defying cultivator heavily exhaled, nodded, and retreated back into the group of heaven-defying cultivators. From the conversation between Zi Chen and Yi Qian, he heard some problems and immediately made the choice to retreat. There was nothing to be ashamed of. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have become a soul under Zi Chen's saber. And the facts proved that his decision was correct. Zi Chen really did want to kill. Hearing Zi Chen's words to this heaven-defying cultivator, the other heaven-defying cultivators were greatly relieved. Obviously, Zi Chen wouldn't kill a heaven-defying cultivator who had mastered 40 laws, so he wouldn't kill them. After their lives were saved, they all raised their heads and looked into the room. There were only 3 people in the room, and Kunte hadn't left yet. They didn't know if he felt that he was qualified, or if Zi Chen recognized him as qualified. If the two sides fought because of this, then everyone could use this battle to gauge Zi Chen's strength. Zi Chen chose to sit directly opposite Yi Qian. As soon as he sat down, he glanced at the tactless Kunte and said with dissatisfaction, "What? You're standing here like an iron rod. Do you think you're qualified? What do you think?" Kunte looked down at Zi Chen condescendingly, his voice cold. "I don't think you're qualified, and you don't have the guts. Previously, you were clamoring to attack me, but in the end, you're like a coward standing there without moving." Zi Chen shook his head, looking very disdainful. He grabbed a piece of steak that was still emitting a fragrant aroma on the table. "You're courting death." A berserk aura instantly filled the room. Then a series of slapping sounds rang out. The dishes on the last table that were still intact had all become messy. "Then I'll fulfill your wish." Without looking at the enraged Kun Te, Zi Chen swung his sword at Kun Te's head. Such an existence might have some strength, but Zi Chen wasn't afraid of him at all. Before the heaven-defying energy accumulated in his body for decades was exhausted, he was the strongest heaven-defying cultivator. Pa! The golden blade slashed down, but just as it was about to reach Kunte, the latter put his palms together and directly clamped the blade. Waves of heaven-defying energy were continuously transmitted to his palms. Outside the room, the heaven-defying cultivators who saw this scene narrowed their eyes fiercely. Their faces were full of astonishment. Previously, when Zi Chen swung his blade, no one could block it, but they didn't expect that the blade would be clamped by Kunte. After easily blocking the blade, Kunte seemed to feel a great sense of accomplishment. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he mocked Zi Chen. "So this is what you're relying on. I think the one who isn't qualified to sit here is you. Get lost if you know what's good for you." The disdain in Zi Chen's eyes didn't diminish. He smiled slightly, and a powerful energy fluctuation immediately emerged from the blade. This fluctuation was like a monstrous wave pressing towards Kunte. Kunte's expression changed slightly, and he shouted angrily. The energy in his body was also madly injected into his palms, trying to stabilize the blade. However, the power from the blade was getting stronger and stronger, like an endless torrential river. Kunte's face gradually turned ugly, and his body slowly fell back. Obviously, he was about to lose his strength. Damn it! With a curse, violent energy surged from Kunte's palms. This energy instantly impacted the blade, and then the huge force rebounded. Kunte used this rebounding force to immediately move back. During this period, the blade light transformed from the blade also slashed forward. Bang! A human-shaped hole instantly appeared in the wall of the room. Kunte's body crashed through the wall and rushed out in a sorry state. As for the cold blade light, it followed Kunte, and the whole room was almost divided into two. In this exchange, Zi-chan remained motionless, while Kunte crashed out of the room. It seemed to be clear who was stronger and who was weaker at a glance. Everyone's gaze towards Zi-chan became extremely complicated. As expected of the most promising existence to defy the natural order, even Kunte, who has mastered 50 types of laws, is not a match for Zi-chan. It seems that the one who is not qualified is you. Zi-chan smiled, and his disdainful voice spread out. Ignoring Kunte, Zi-chan looked at Yi-chen, whose expression did not change, and said, "Beauty, it's time for us to have a heart-to-heart talk." "Go to hell." Kunte held a long spear in his hand, and in the posture of man and spear as one, he rushed through the gap just now and attacked Zi-chan again. In the face of this sneak attack, Zi-chen's expression did not change. He held the long blade in his hand horizontally, and the moment Kunte arrived, he flicked it slightly. The tip of the spear fell on the blade, then brushed past the blade and flew out of the door again. During this time, Zi-chen's long blade was raised vertically, and it slashed across Kunte's body. Looking at Kunte, who was flying backward, Zi-chen was very surprised because his attack did not cut open Kunte's body and break through his physical defense. Looking back in surprise, Zi-chan saw Kunte, who had stopped in midair and turned around. Kunte's face was full of shame and anger, and at his chest the purple robe from before had been cut open. In the middle of the purple robe, there was a shining inner armor that was divided into two halves. Seeing the broken inner armor, Zi-chen was relieved. No wonder Kunte's body was not cut open by Skyblade. It turned out that he had an inner armor that was not weaker than that of a heaven-grade soldier. However, thinking about it, this inner armor was broken and could not withstand the next attack. Looking at Zi-chen below, Kunte was both shocked and angry. In the two short exchanges, he had already sensed that the power in Zi-chen's body was much stronger than his. The two sides were not on the same level at all. Perhaps only a publicly recognized expert like Rocky would be able to deal with him. However, in this situation, with so many heaven-defying experts and aliens watching, Kunte could not just run away like this. If he did, his reputation would be completely ruined. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.